Okay, I'm back. OBS being a little silly. Looks like it needs to get an update soon after the stream. So let's go ahead and dive back into what we were doing before, obviously. But yeah, guys, so for those of you who are back, welcome back. Yeah, there was a crash. So it's all good. We fix it now. Let's get back into the beginning. Back into what I was kind of saying earlier, right? Cool. All right, so Dragon Ball's power scaling, blah, 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 blah. We was getting back, right? Yeah, man. All right. Let's get back into the beginning. So basically, Dragon Ball power scaling, there's a lot to take into consideration when it comes to this, okay? Welcome back, everyone. So Bob 9001, Atox, Andre, Most Normal, My Hero Academia fan, Random Guy, Sussy, anyone else who's been in here or prior, glad you guys are back. Yeah. But you get the point. Yeah, the image for the Demon World could be better, possibly. Good point. Good point out. Let's see what we can do to change that meanwhile. So while I'm talking, but let's go back into what I was saying earlier, though, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. There we go. All right, so back to this scan. So we obviously, so back to what I was saying, we got an objective scan that was scanning here. The living world is infinite, okay? All right, and what we were saying earlier is essentially we have multiple sources of evidence that the universe is infinite. So essentially these sources saying it's infinite means the universe can still be an infinite structure. So generally speaking, this would categorize as what we call high universal, right? It's fair to deny something unless you see proof of it, but at the same time, you got to let the proof you got to let the food cook before you can tell them, give proper critique, right? So at the same time, that's why we got to like wait it out. But as I said, we have many scans that say it's universal and, you know, infinitely expanding, and we have many scans that say it's infinitely expanding. It can be both. You know, you have the part where every character lives, because it literally says here where life resides. And for those of you who missed it, because it was on the last stream, I have the translation. I got it double checked from a Japanese native speaker too, actually, and made sure that it was a reasonable amount of information. In fact, I even had some scans scaled by translated from Japanese speakers who can't even translate or speak English. So there was no word bias. They just gave it the best they could. But essentially, for those who don't know, it does say infinitely expanding galaxies illuminations, right? So we're talking about galaxies, places where creatures live. Everything adds up when you factor it all together in the grand scheme of power scaling, right? As long as you understand that this is literally what the intent of the story is, it makes a lot of sense. Koyama is a reliable source because he may not be a primary source, but he's like in between a secondary and a primary. Primarily because he's already analyzed the series for the most part. So he's providing us confirmation of what is already there and giving us new evidence. So he's technically not secondary because he's providing new evidence or more clarification, but he definitely sits on the throne as being somebody I would take more info from than any other person in regards to the community or regards to the actual series. Saying Koyama isn't reliable as a source is like my friend Craftus. I don't know if Craftus is in the stream. Craftus, you're in the stream, yo. Say what up, bro. But Craftus, let's say Craftus is making his story for his character, and he had me be the screenwriter. I have evidence. I have access to all his notes. I have access to all his information, and generally speaking, that we worked on the project. Somebody comes to me and say, hey, can Craftus lift a boulder above his head that weighs 10 tons? And I say, well, and if I say the answer, well, based on me working closely with the creator of Craftus, the developer, the dev, Jake, right? Me, Sakai, I am, you know, being a screenwriter for the series and looking at the notes I've seen, I would say it's very possible for Craftus to lift a 10-ton boulder beyond his head, considering he is breaking many blocks and fought enemies who can do such a thing. So it's like, am I a reliable source? Of course. If I'm basing the data off of me being directly involved with the project or the game, I have rights to have this. Now, what if there's a data book of Craftus that confirms he can do that feat? You know what I mean? It adds up more. So when a character can do something, but then there's not just Koyama. See, Koyama makes his statement, cool beans. You know, everyone's happy. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Koyama makes a statement, cool. But his statement isn't the only statement that can be made, right? So we have to factor that in. Let's go back. Let's fix this up a little bit. So, yeah. The living world, that's the living world's image. We're going to merge. Oh, no, we're not merging all these together. We're just going to merge with the layer below. Demon world, you're right. I'm going to try to change some things up about Demon world. Good call out, my friend. Demon world could use a little bit more improvement in the color scheme. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some colors. We're going to add some darks. We're going to add some reds. A little bit more reds here. Some dark reds and stuff. We're going to do something more along this line. And then outside of that, around this area, we're going to add a little bit of a soft glow to this portion here, primarily to the actual components of there. So that way it kind of gives the impression that it's glowing. I know a lot of people are like, oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to delete a majority of this. Whatever. I don't really care. Now it could be better, definitely. Let me try to get a better image of Demon World. Let's get a better image. All right, so if we're gonna copy Demon World, we gotta, yeah. All right, I gotta start at a certain angle. No, there we go. Cool. So Demon World has been copied. The image is below here. Now I can start going crazy. Now I can start throwing in stuff like this. Oh no, wait, hold on. That's the actual layer it's on. Yeah, I gotta go to the list layer below. So cool, let's copy that. Let's go darker, stow some looks on it, give some of that red, get that red into a higher level of red. Get the oranges involved a little bit, like get a little bit more of that orange involved, slight orangish involved. No, not really. We don't need that much orange, but generally speaking, add a little bit of a blur to it. I think that's fine, and then I can add just a slight glow to it in the background. Let's see, glow, yellowish glow. It's not going to be perfect, but the whole point is, you know, we're just trying to create an image that conveys it's a different world or whatever. I'm not going too crazy detailed in it because again, everyone else is watching the stream as well. So let's just try to keep that in mind. What we're going to do here, the spray, we're going to put the particles low and allow it to be in like its own little space. Cool. Add the blur here. And yeah, there we go. I think although it's not perfect, I think that's fine as it stands. Cool. Merge it with layer below. There we have it. All right. So Keenan Hatake, how are you? I'm good. And how are you, my friend? Thanks, Bob 9001. I agree. It definitely looks a lot more appealing. So now we get into the living world. So now things are getting a little bit more interesting, right? All right. So let's go here. So here, let's get things a little bit more started. All right. I'm gonna put 4D. Now people are gonna say, "How is this 4D?" Don't worry. We're gonna get into the picture. Damn it. All right. So why is this 4D? So the reason it's 4D is because there's actually evidence that Dragon Ball has other components of it that make it 4D. So let's go into the evidence about why it's 4D specifically. The reason it's 4D is because we have evidence, right, that the living world is also a separate dimension. So here's what I'm going to do. Check this out. The living world is 4D, but also 3D. Now, why is the 3D in yellow? You'll see. High universal. So the living world is high universal. Now I'm gonna go back to the blocks, and on the first layer, I'm gonna copy this there, and then right here around this layer, right on the blocks. Actually, let's grab this here. We don't need the anti-thesing. Just lower that down. There we go. We want to capture this out of the blocks. So what we're gonna do is very softly, I'm gonna kind of put this yellow glow here. And what that yellow glow is, actually, let's switch it up. Let's make this more like this. All right, let's switch it up. Let's do this. Let's do that. Now, I'll explain why I'm doing that in just a minute. We're actually going to take this. We're going to take this and add this yellow glow to this. And then this is going to be white. This is going to be white. All right, cool. This here is also going to be white. Cool. So the reason I say this is because there's different evidences. Now we're going to go into another source. So we're going to say source. So the living world is a separate world from the afterlife. All right. Separate space-time. So a lot of people think it's not a separate space-time. Fortunately, I memorized this already by memory. Specifically, the afterlife, and the reason I'm splitting them is because the afterlife is going to have a lot more. But generally speaking, this is evidence. You know, it's separate space, infinite space. So it's infinite space, but it's also a separate space. It's 4D. The living world is 4D, so it's 4D for a specific reason, and the evidence is actually going to be spilled on the next page we're going to get to. Let's check this out. Let's go here. Let's go into let me see here. Let's start cooking. Let's start cooking. So today we're going to also invite a couple of other members in here that's going to join us. We're going to actually start cooking. Let's go. You'll hear them. When they come in, you'll hear them. They'll be cooking. Yo, what's up, Andre? Thanks, Alexander Brown. Maybe I could. So let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna start cooking now. Roz, where are you? Andre, I don't know if you're there. Can you hear me? Are you there? Okay, so nobody is there right now, but that's okay. We attempted. Well, now, despite that, let's go into a little bit of the detail about how this is going to work out. So let's talk about the next page. So the two next pages are going to be very interesting, and I think these are actually matter quite a bit, and I'll explain why. The next page is going to be about All right, let's see here, because this is the next page is going to talk about this. So let's see here. Are you there? I can. Are you there, bro? All right, hold on. Let's get the infamous line here. Let's see here. All right, let's refresh this page. I gotta check something out. So here's our, we're going to go into the next point. So if we look here on the next one, we're going to go into one of the subcategories, which I'm going to allow this to stay yellow because I figure why not? I mean, it's yellow, whatever. The next part, we're going to keep this yellow because it's going to go into one of the so the yellows means it's attached to the living world, but separate at the same time. Does that make sense? So these ones we're gonna, it means it's in this category, right? And I think that's the best way to do it because these are pocket dimensions. I think yellow is going to represent the pocket essence of them, and I think that's what's going to really matter. So let's include this. Check this out, guys. This next one. And the big reveal, boom. So this is going to also matter into the fact because this is going to matter as a fact as well because this is also canon. But we're going to bring the scans on the stream. So let's go ahead. First things first, let's provide the scans to the screen. Bam. As you can see, it says this is the time room. Time room is important because, as you can see here, it contains the past, present, and future are all created inside this room. Now, in most cases where you can go to different eras, right, different points in time, means that the living world is indeed 4D because it has a past, present, and future associated with it overall in conjunction. And Goku literally goes back in time. So whether it's filler or not filler, it's still important because there is a scan that is specifically supported by Toyotaro for the Dragon Ball Super series. Let's see here. See if I can pull it up. Dragon Ball Super. Oh, there you are. Andre, are you there?
Yeah.
All right.
The power reason.
What happened?
The power went out for like a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, welcome, my friend. We're gonna be going deeper. So guys, we have the whole chefs up in here. We got the sous chefs, we got, you know what I mean? So let's go ahead and begin to cook. So, Roz, you ready to cook with us too?
Yeah, I'm still at work, but yeah.
All right, you got the gear though, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
All right. So let's begin, guys. Andre, do you remember that scan? Because the whole goal is we're going to do the cosmology. We're going to bring evidence to everything we state. Nothing is going to be without evidence. So we don't want it to come off as headcanon to anyone. Everything's going to have evidence provided. It's not going to be headcanon interpretation. There's just going to be raw facts. Wasn't there a scan where the time room is verbatimly canon? Like the pendulum room, I think it's called. And guys, don't mind Andre. He's dealing with power issues. Let me see here.
That I know of, but I know that the anime at least reference the OG Dragon Ball anime episodes, at least for the openings.
Right.
It's kind of similar with Dragon Ball Kai. They'll use like footage from the actual episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, like, here are some supplementary scans we're just throwing in. We're not trying to throw in headcanon. We just want to at least present some level or idea that these rooms or these areas do exist. That's the time room. There is evidence that the time room, not the room of spirit and time, just the general pendulum time room, is indeed canon to a degree. And there's actually a scan, if I recall, does provide sufficient evidence that, let's see here. Let's see. Did I share it with you, Harvado? Let's check. Time room. Pendulum. Room. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Because I did have a scan specifically from Koyama that confirms the time room is actually a thing. I mean, Toyotaro, that the time room is actually a thing. Let's see if I can bring it up here. All right, so Toyotaro art. Because there's some Toyotaro art on the side that talks about the side stories of the time in the pendulum room. So perhaps I'll be able to bring it up once I kind of get a little bit more information. But the time room definitely does exist in the main canon, specifically because of this scan here. What is your personal stance on Dragon Ball's theoretical films, Sensei? Toriyama says verbatim, I take the movies as stories in a different dimension from the main story of the comic. I'm entirely just an audience member for them. So, what do you do on the film, Sensei? I check the plot and script that gets sent to me from Toei Animation. I also do some character designs and touch-ups as well as altering the names and such. Wow. Are there any characters you personally designed, Sensei? There are Bojack and Broly, for instance. Recently I've done Tapion and Minoshia. So in other words, Toriyama not only has involvement with the movies and some of its designs and script, as it says here, meaning he also helps with the story to a degree, but he also is involved with the idea that he believes it takes place in different dimensions from the main story of the comic. So the way he looks at it is, this just takes place in different worlds. He didn't consider it a separate canon, because if that's the case, he would be straightforward and say, well, they're non-canon. No, he's like, no, these happen, just not in the main comic story that we're focusing on. We're in the main comic of Goku's story. We're not focusing on the stories he went through on the sidelines in the movies. That's what he's literally saying in this context here. So with this being stated, the specials and the other pieces of evidence that all get mentioned in the Dragon Ball Online, Dragon Ball Heroes, and many other Charisma mangas, and they get re-referenced, it's clear that they're taking all of these into consideration. It's similar to Marvel or DC, where it's like, hey, these are canon, just not in the same way they happened the way we saw it. So they do exist.
Well,
What did you say?
that includes GT as well. What do you think about GT, at least?
GT, he said the same thing. GT is a side story. Like it's its own separate thing that technically happened. It happened, but it happened in its own world. So the way Toriyama's looking at these, he's not saying they're not canon. He's saying these are just different stories. Like, Andre, do you remember? You know who Batman Beyond is, right?
Right.
Right. Batman Beyond doesn't mean that Batman Beyond technically happens in its own world, but then there's a different Batman. Just like Miles Morales, a prime example. So like things happen differently in different ways. Like that's literally how Dragon Ball is treating itself. And Hero is evidence that that's the direction they're going for. I think it's very clear where they're trying to go with this, but ultimately, I'm just here to provide the evidence for you guys. This and by all means changes. This by no means changes how legit the evidence is. So what I'm about to do here when I provide the evidence, of course, let's see here, time room. All right, so let's use this interview. Let's say Dragon Ball Daizenshu movies and special TV, because this is literally the interview from that same Daizenshu. So Toriyama confirming that, and given that he wanted the time room to be implemented or made, kind of goes to show the function that, yeah, he intended for this to happen.
I found it.
You found it?
Send it to you.
Thanks. So Andre found it. Man, fantastic. So Flow Clown, what's happening is we're grabbing evidence on the time room. The Super Saiyan 4 possible in Dragon Ball Super. Technically it is. But it can be iffy depending on how you look at it. Ah, thank you, Andre. Appreciate it. Let's put this up on the screen. The first Kami Sanin and Soro Sanin in his youth. When Goku was training at the temple, he went through this room of time and went to the past to meet him. Their sunglasses and Surasenin's characteristic hat seem to have not changed since this time. So, and this is from Toryotaro. And this is actually on the Dragon Ball official website. These are side stories that are having their own confirmation in a manga-like format. So this did happen, we just didn't see it. Time Room exists. Room of Time is canon. There we go. So we're just going to put Toryotaro. Even if the Room of Time does create all time, time is just one dimension. Also, the Toriyama statement still falls under Death of the Author. No, not quite ATOC. So Death of the Author is not when an author contradicts himself. Death of the Author is when there's a story piece or component that can be interpreted in so many different ways that the author's original intent is no longer considered a factor. Toriyama's intent is not destroyed by including the movies because he said, I'm an audience to them and I'm going to allow them to exist. Because when you look at the movies, so far, none of the 13 movies or 12 movies before Battle of Gods being the 13th, or I believe Battle of Gods was 13 or 14, but none of those movies contradict the main timeline of Dragon Ball that we are in. It's just implementing that, okay, these movies did happen, but they didn't happen in the same story and event we're watching for the most part. So some of these worlds, such as in the TV specials, such as the Dead Zone of Garlic Jr. and such, are events that did occur, or these are dimensions that do exist. It's just the events that pertain to them did not technically occur. So rather the Dead Zone does exist or not isn't actually going to downgrade the cosmology. That's why I'm making this list in a specific way that rather we include the time room, rather we include the Dead Zone, or rather we include the pendulum room, it's not going to downplay Dragon Ball because I can still scale without them. I'm adding them as pieces of evidence so that people have a reference point to see where the product stands, and it acts as additional evidence. But this right here, as you can see, this is very blatant that it's part of the level of canon. So let's go back and fill in some of the details. So we have the time room, room of time. Yeah, Death of the Author argues that the writer doesn't determine his writing meanings, typically speaking, but that depends on if the author is actually trying to do that. So, yeah, Toriyama clearly has a particular meaning about his story, and those meanings are easy to pick up based on the evidence that a lot of the editors and many others provided. That being said, death of the author can be applied to things such as Grant Morrison's stories and writings because he is intentionally wanting people to interpret it in different ways. But death of the author as an argument can also fail 9 times out of 10 if it comes down to another type of meaning. So authors only lose power when things start to contradict themselves or don't have an explanation most of the cases. And it's a very case-by-case scenario or an example. You can have pieces of death by the author components in the same series while the main construct of the series doesn't contradict its main point. A plot point isn't necessarily, it's death of the author all the time, because death of the author can change the entire meaning or scale of the story. And we're using death of the author in a context to scale power scaling, not to scale the story. The story itself isn't super inconsistent, because you can always have a counter argument. Oh, why is Goku asking how to meditate? Who knows? He could have forgot. There you go. You can't really argue and say, oh, well, Toriyama doesn't know the meaning of... No, you can't say that either, because if you go back and forth, you can find a lot of meaning behind anything. It could be ad hoc, but it still falls through. We are using death of the author for power scaling. Like, hey, if Saitama and Garou destroyed a galaxy, why is Garou surprised of Jupiter being sneezed at? Why is that surprising him? Why is he thinking that attacks like that will kill him? When you factor in how big a galaxy is compared to how small Jupiter is, it doesn't make sense. But then you look at Murata. Murata himself said, Genryoshope actually can't use a black hole. I think that's a little too strong. We have to ask one, though, to confirm. But from what we said, we were just kind of exaggerating. He's not actually releasing the power of a black hole. Precisely, David Super. Dragon Ball's not just Dragon Ball. Naruto has inconsistencies. One Piece has inconsistencies. Bleach has inconsistencies. A lot of series has inconsistencies. Umineko has inconsistencies, for crying out loud. Yeah. Andre, doesn't even Harry Potter, a well-written series, has some components that are slightly inconsistent? If I recall.
Yeah. It's a very long series. There's going to be like some mistakes here and there.
Exactly. You're never going to be perfect as a writer to have the whole series just go straight forward. Inconsistencies can be patched out by later chapters. Like, oh yeah, that was inconsistent. Okay, like for example, Dragon Ball. Oh yeah, Majin Buu's evil stomach is what caused the fusion to undo. And we're like, oh okay, so it just takes evil energy to unfuse the fusion. Then we find out, it's just an hour. Oh, so did they retcon it? Not really a retcon, more so a later explanation. It's like, wow, I always thought that raccoons were trying to wash their food when they dip it in water. Or are they trying to and then you find out later, no, they're just trying to lubricate the food so that it's easier for them to swallow certain chunks. Oh. I thought it was to wash it, because they thought it was not clean. Huh. No, they're just trying to get the lubrication on different chunks. That's why they'll sometimes use dirty water to still throw their food in regardless. That's just what they do. That's why they're called water bears in other cultures and countries, especially in Germany. Ah, okay. So it's like we realize later that's why they unfuse. The first time they unfused was just a mistake by the Kyle. Yeah, it's a retcon when you step outside of the comic, but they're trying to write it in the story as if it was a mistake by the Kyle. Like, oh no, the Kyle were just mistaken. They can unfuse. If they're not Kaioshin, then they can unfuse. And they're like, oh, okay. So they came up with a new excuse, and it works perfectly with the story. Yeah, you're right. But then there's that one tweak where the writers say that Garou can shake the universe, would fall under definitely. Well, it depends on the context. I mean, it could be literary. It can be like, for example, we just read in the chapter that Paragus was like, it's been an eternity. It's not actually been an eternity. It's just literary writing. So Garou shakes the universe could be like, Garou is a big threat. It's like when people say Frieza is universal. No, not necessarily, but is Frieza a threat to the universe? Yeah, because there's nobody stronger than him. The only people who were told, Andre, the only people still to stay away from was Majin Buu and Beerus, right?
Right.
Nobody in the universe is beating Frieza. I mean, you're talking about a guy who can threaten entire celestial bodies with a finger. So who's beating that? At the time when it came out, it makes a little bit more sense. It's like, yeah, that's true. The heaters couldn't stand a chance against Namek Saga Frieza. As much as Namek Saga Frieza is fodder now, you have to still factor in that Namek Saga Frieza will completely blow through the entirety of Naruto, One Punch Man, Bleach, possibly even Toriko. Well, Toriko has hacks, but ignoring if we ignore the hacks of Toriko and Bleach and such, just as far as raw power. Let's just talk about raw power. Nobody in JoJo, nobody in nobody in JoJo, nobody in Bleach, nobody in Naruto, nobody in Toriko, nobody in One Piece, nobody in Hitman Reborn, nobody in freaking almost Fire. What's it called? Fire Force. Not nobody, but a 90%, 99% of Fire Force and many other series. Nobody is touching Frieza because how casual he is. Like, people don't factor it in. Imagine I'm sitting down right now and I have the power to not just blow the planet up, but this planet 10 times over while sitting down, and I'll stand in front of the explosion and laugh. Debris flying faster than the speed of light in my face. Temperatures heading up to 10 million Celsius, and I'm just sitting there. Lousy monkeys. Imagine that. So no other series has done stuff like that at the time. So when you think about it, that's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? So as far as raw power and destruction, nobody has in any other shonen has ever displayed it as casual as Frieza. And that's a fact. Even the writers of many writers of every mangaka of every series I just named will agree with me. That's why when they made Jump Force, going off of without including hacks, they were like, yeah, I don't think anyone in this game can beat Goku. And Jump Force includes Ijimu when she was in the original shonen Jump Force back in the Game Boy Advance, I think it was, or SP. Ijimu was on there too. And they're still like, nah, Goku's one of the strongest characters. So when you're not factoring in hacks, it's very common in Japan itself to believe that he's one of the strongest characters of all time. That's just cultural wise. I'm not saying Frieza can get through all these characters easily. He kind of can, but as far as like raw power, come on now. You got a guy who's like star level in his first form by sitting down and can go. It's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. With a finger. And then he can get in his final form, which is confirmed 230 something times stronger. Like, what is that? Let's see. 120 million divided by 530,000. Objectively, 226. Look right here. 226.4 times stronger. So, somebody who could casually do that to stars and then stack them 226 times stronger verbatimly and destroy entire celestial bodies, as Goku says. And in the anime, he did that. He did that at 50% of his power. Then when he destroyed the galaxy at 50% of his power, then fights Trunks and is like, I could do 10 times that. Come on. It's very clear where the authors are going with this, but let's just continue with the series because we've been sidetracked. Let's go ahead and put sources. All right, so Room of Time. We're going to include Dragon Ball Z Daizenshu, Daizenshu 6. I want to put interview. I'm going to put Toyotaro. We're going to use Toriyama's interview for later, actually. Kamisanin, let's find the original episode the Dead Zone came out. Yeah. Okay, it's canon, but even so, creating all time is a 1D feed. Since time is just 1D, it isn't a time-space. It is a time-space because time itself is Time itself conjoins with spatiality. When you have spatial and temporal dimensions, they join together in order to create that compound. Let's go ahead and just make sure I'm grabbing the information. Room of time. Room of time. DBC. Popo. The time room. Yep. The time room. Yep. It's called Tokyo Kakuru. Yep. Tokyo Kakuru. Released 1998. No, released 1988. Jeez. DB 129. Andre, that's crazy, right? 1988. Like, a lot of people don't realize like how far this goes back. Naruto wasn't even a thought back then. But didn't create but it didn't create the space. It only created the time. Not necessarily. So yeah, it creates the time. But what you have to understand is the time room is part of the main. Time room is part of the main actual living world, which is actually going to go back into what we was talking about before. Because again, I got to finish cooking. All right. So there's a lot of other evidence that we're going to point out and put together. But for those who don't understand, there's actually, let's see here. Here we go. The separation between the afterlife and the living world. We're going to get into that in just a bit. There's so much evidence for the afterlife, but man, that one's afterlife is almost overwhelming. But yeah, generally speaking, there's more evidence because we check here. Son Goku can in fact never go to the temporal world again. So if the living world is considered a temporal world, I mean, Andre, do I need to say more?
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to say anything else. Let's take out temporal, relating to worldly as opposed to the spiritual affairs. Okay. Relating to time, the spatial and temporal dimension of the human interface and complex ecosystem. All right, cool. Let's look up an old 1800s dictionary. What does it mean? Pertaining to this life or this world of the body only, secularly as temporal concerns, temporal affairs. Okay. But then we go here. It is, in this sense, it is opposed to the spiritual. Let not temporal affairs or employ divert the mind from spiritual concerns, which are far more important. That's why things that are temporal or orchestrated under time are considered spiritual. That's going to get into why the afterlife is not considered to be abided by time. Trust me, this is an old definition from the 1800s. Not only is it supported by an 1800 definition, but it's supported by modern day definitions from Oxford themselves, which in conjunction supports this same scan that you're seeing right here, where Goku says, in this world where time exists. So not only is the pretext of the Kaioshin statement in conjunction with spirituality, which clearly Japanese Toriyama follows within his Yama Buddhistic and Shintoistic storytelling, right? Because it's based on Journey of the West. Buddha has to be in there. Buddhism has to be implemented somehow. But not just that. You have the definitions from two sources. And you have a statement from Goku projecting that source. So since the room of spirit, and so not only is this going to help with the afterlife scaling, because we're going to get into that in a bit, but this also helps with not just room of spirit and time existing at the same time, but this also helps with the other pieces of evidence we were getting into, such as if it's temporal, then it's time related. Because look at definition number 2, measured or limited by time, or by this life of the state of things, having limited existence opposed to eternal. All right? Because infinite and eternal, the way they were treated back then, eternity is the essence of infinity expressed by time, no beginning or end of time. Infinity is the expression of no end, no beginning or end or dimension, something that can be measured with a finite number. So these are two ways that you can express infinite space or infinite time. In conjunction, when you combine them together and state that the world is temporal, and we know that there's time, all past, present, future. We see it right here on this scan right here. This is the room of time. We get evidence here. The past, present, and future, all accrued time is created in this room. So this room creates the time. The living world is the infinite structure that contains this, right? So in this context, it adds up. Now, a lot of people might be saying, yeah, but that's a little weird, Atari. I mean, how does that work? All right. It gets a little more complicated when we get back into Daizenshu 7, which goes into page 37, which Rachel Magikarp Oliver, who actually used to live in Ohio next to me, not next to me, but she lived in the same state as me, and is a reliable translator. And Herms not only follows her, but she follows Herms because they're both really great translators. She was the one who translated part of this, which expresses to us how the afterlife and the living world are subtly connected by the lookout, because that's the entrance between spirituality and such. So that's why it starts to get a little bit more complex. I'm trying to simplify this list, all right? Because simplifying it can make it easy. Again, we're not going to get into Occam's razor or anything, but we're definitely not going to have a Hitchens razor-based argument where it's like, oh, any ridiculous evidence that can be introduced without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. With this evidence, it's being introduced with evidence. These claims are being presented with evidence, right? So that is why we're bringing this here to you. So I have plenty of sources to support the structure of this rhetoric, but the structure of this rhetoric is based upon the information we've gathered and how it cohesively works. So I don't need to wank Dragon Ball to get anything. You're not going to wank and get them out of where, because again, this just creates time. Is there eternal time? Well, it's considered temporal, so it still is a little bit of a limited, but it's still 4D because it's still time. This is where we get back into the list, and let's go ahead and list it off. So we have a little bit of evidence from these statements here about the time room. Time room, pretty cool, right? Now, with the time room, let's go ahead and the room of time.
Yo.
What's up?
No. No, I'm in the car. My bad. Sean walked in front of me. Go ahead.
Yo, what's up, Roz?
I think keep going. Sean almost got hit by me, so I was about to go off.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so let's include the time room. So I think the best way to include the time room is we're gonna grab a cricket image here, and we're just gonna take it down here, and all we have to do is shorten it. Cool. All right, so we're gonna put this behind the blocks, and we're gonna mesh this with the images, so merge with the layer below. So there we have it. We have the time room. Pretty cool. We have many sources of evidence. So we have the time room. Now, next we're going to get into the next statement because we don't want to get crazy about this one. This one is a little bit more intense driven. I'm gonna include this one a little bit at the end, but for the most part, the time room is one thing, but then there's the room of spirit and time. Let's get into that. All right. So the room of spirit and time is going to be a little bit more of crazier because, again, let's see here. All right. Room of spirit and time. So this is not just a time room. This is a room of spirit and time. All right. So DB. All right, so we got to put sources. So we're getting back into sources of information. All right. Unrelated to the scale, but does anyone have the scan saying that Gur is the ultimate stan? Roz does, probably, knowing him. What if you don't scale time as a dimension? Well, Kevin Cubes, if you don't include it as a dimension, you're doing yourself a disservice. Because if you don't include it as a dimension, it just becomes a problem because time can be measured, right? Exactly. So if it has a measurement, it still classifies as the definitional construct of a dimension, because dimension just ultimately comes from the word mother, aka metri, which is a Latin word which refers to dimension. Okay? So moving forward, there's different rooms of spirit and time. There's the one that Mirrors was in, which I'm going to pull up on the screen here, because this one is going to be interesting. There's different types of rooms of spirit and time. But then we have the statement here that, according to Dragon Ball Super Chapter, it's a Jigen no Toki, which means it's a completely separate space of time. Cool. We know that Frieza in his recent chapter also confirmed it's a completely separate space outside of this universe. So he must have been the strongest in this universe because I wasn't part of this universe. Yep. So if Frieza's confirming that, then I think we have a little bit more evidence. Let's go back to that. We have plenty of scans here. Some of them I'm going to delete because I don't want it to flood the computer. But for the most part, all right, we don't need that. We don't need that. We're still going to keep that. Goku, we don't need you there. All right, let's go back. So these sources. So let's see here. I'm going to have to do that. Let's go to chapter 89. All right, no, let's go to chapter 89. Okay, I don't want to go up. I want to go back. So let's go to chapter 85. All right, so when Frieza comes back, is this the chapter? Yep, chapter 86. Chapter 87. Here it is. Yep, all right. So yeah, Gas has become the strongest warrior in the universe. By all rights, he should have been far stronger than you. In this universe, you mean? Ah, of course. I've spent some time in another dimension, you see. So perhaps I wasn't being counted as part of this universe. What? Another dimension? Of my many conquered worlds, I happen to come across a chamber where time flows differently than the outside world. A room of spirit and time. There was also to squeeze in 10 years worth of training. So a room of spirit and time, because now they're starting it, because Mirrors had one, Frieza found his own one, and now Goku has the one back on Earth. So there's multiple rooms of spirit and time. Now, how strong is the spirit of time, as you might ask? Why do I have it? Why do I have the spirit of time all the way up in 4D? Well, here's a little bit of evidence. So I'm going to, and I really want to exactly Atox. So I want to bring this to Atox's attention, specifically in the stream, and everyone else's attention. But I want people to understand that I'm not going to lie and exaggerate and say, yeah, the room of spirit and time, it's like infinite, it's another universe. No. The room of spirit and time is verbatimly stated to be the size of Earth. Not by Goku. Not just by Goku. If you guys want evidence of this, if you actually pay attention, the room of spirit and time, let's pull them up here. The room of spirit and time, in some regards, have been stated to be the size of the Earth in Daizenshu 4, page 81. So it's the size of Earth in Daizenshu 4, page 81. But we're not worried about the size. What we're worried about is the durability. Durability is important, and I'll explain why durability is important. Let's go back to Dragon Ball Super Chapter 6. Andre, you know where I'm going with this, right?
Right.
Yup. Let's talk about this chapter. Yep. So let's move to chapter 7. My bad. Chapter 7. Boom. Roswell with the $2 donation. Varga Liu Kang versus Battle of Gods Goku. Great question, Roz. Even though you're in the same call, I would love to answer it. Just give me a moment. I appreciate it, though. Let's continue. Thank you again, Roz. Here. This place isn't going to break if we go on a rampage. All right. Let's go all out just like old times. So, Goku's under the impression this place is going to break. Now, most people will say, break. Does he mean like we're not going to destroy any people? Well, Goku knows there's no people there. Goku's referring to it's not going to break like Earth would, break apart. There's no people to kill, break apart, anything. So, oh yeah, Atox. I did a video. All about it. I was laughing because versus battle verbatim, like Mortal Kombat is more verbatim than Dragon Ball sometimes. I don't know if it scales above Universal, but I definitely will say it scales above the Observable, because the Observable is what Super Saiyan God Goku threatened. Now, Super Saiyan Blue Goku already is much stronger than Super Saiyan God. And the fact that him and Vegeta are fighting all out in this form, they said we could go all out and not break anything, means to tell us a little bit more. This is also why I also don't believe Manga Goku is quite at that level in the beginning like he is in the anime. I think Manga Goku and Anime Goku are different strengths later on, and I'll explain a little bit of that later. But as far as the Room of Spirit and Time goes, going back to what we were talking about, as far as its durability goes, it being a 4D dimension is mentioned in the original Dragon Ball. I gotta remember the chapter though. Let's see if I can find the chapter, because I probably can. Yep, this is Goten and Trunks. Just currently looking here. Nope, that's Super Boo. It's one of the almost the last chapters or volumes. All right, let's see here. Here it is. Here it is. I found it, guys. No worries. So for those of you who are curious, here's the actual page source of it. It's on page 74 of volume 33 of Dragon Ball. So actually what I'm going to put here is volume 33, page 74. It's a time, it's a room, it's a space, it's a time dimension. Now there's a chapter when Goku gets, what episode does Elder Kai give Goku his life? What episode old Kai give Goku his life? For the Sake of the Universe, released in 1995. 226. So we go here to, so DBZ, no, DB episode, no, DBZ episode 226, 1995. Because that's when he says it's a temporal world. So we need evidence that the Room of Spirit of Time sits at this level. We're not really worried about like how big it is. We're just worried about like how complex it is. But we know there's multiple rooms of spirit and time. And actually what I'm going to do with this, you guys can't see it yet, but I'll tell you why. So you're going to see here. So you're going to see here, I'm going to include something else. I'm going to put extra. All right, and extra is going to say, according to Frieza, chapter, and then we're going to go to chapter, what chapter was it again? Chapter 87. All right. According to Frieza, in chapter 87, plus, I forgot what chapter Miras trained Goku in. Was it 70 or 75? No, it was like 60. I think it was like 60 flat. Like just straight up 60. Or maybe before that. It has to be like 60 or 58. Nope, 58 is when he fights Homeboy. So let's go to 53. Nope, not 53. It's gonna be 51, I guess.
I think it's 49 or 50.
Thanks, appreciate it, Ross. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. They fight them in 50, and then after Goku tests Mirrors for not being that weak, then Mirrors he tells him he's strong. Goku asks to train with him, and then they. Yeah, it's 52, Ross. Thanks. I found it.
That was close.
Very close. Good job. All right, so 52. And are you home yet?
I just got home.
Nice.
That's why my mic probably sounds better than what it was when I was at work.
Yeah, the mic sounds out of reversal. No, I'm just kidding.
Shut up. I will fight you.
He's like, don't make me pull out the Ryu again. All right, let's see here. Extra. According to Frieza, chapter 87 and 52. According to Frieza, chapter 87 and Mirrors in 52. There are more than one room of spirit and time. Pretty cool, right? I think we can agree with that, right?
Yeah, we can agree.
Yep. And I think this is good because it's providing a thick, rich source of evidence. Because it's one thing to have like evidence, but as long as the source is rich in evidence, I think it adds up a little bit. I think it adds up a lot more. What do you guys think? Because like people who read it, they can always just go look up the source and be like, oh, really? And so they can always just look it up. You know what I mean, Ross?
Yeah, they could.
Yeah. I think it just makes things better because now, unlike most people who just kind of don't give evidence, I think so for the Room of Spirit and Time, I'm going to actually make it a little bit larger than the time room because there's more than one, right? So do that. I'm going to go here. I want to copy this and I want to try to resource this again. Let's do this. Cool. All right, then we just take this and then we shorten it. It's all fun and games until Luisa comes in Roz's room to punch him. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Listen, if she goes to my room shaking now.
Bruh. All right. So, let's see here. Here. All right. Let's see here. Yep. Room of Spirit of Time. It's a lot of text. So let me clean this up. Yep. Put that up there. Yep. And then put this evidence right there. Yep. And there we go. There we go. Oh, that looks great. How's it look, guys?
Magnifico.
That's what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to make this like this most like objective as we can. Yeah, there's two different ways to spell it. You know what I mean? So don't worry about it. So this right here, and this is why I'm trying to introduce, like, a verse about a wiki should at least consider a lot of these pieces of evidence because a lot of it is like, you know what I mean? Room of Spirit and Time. And now we get into the meat and bones of this thing. We start to get a little bit more crazier. Let me merge with the layer below. Sources. No, let's see here. So, with this one being said, they're getting closer. Now we got to get into the this one is where the canon the canon legitimacy can be a little wonky now because we're getting into a territory that's a little bit more you know what I mean? So there's not much known on this world. So I can't even and to be fair, I can't confirm there's necessarily any time in it though. Perhaps because I need sources. Again, this is a source list. So a lot of people got to realize everything I'm doing here is going to be source based, right? But that being said, we're going to still include the dead zone. I'm just not going to put it at the level I have it usually. I'm just going to keep it simple, right? The dead zone is very simple. So let's see here. What is the dead zone? Dead zone was created. So we don't know how big the dead zone is. So I'm going to tell you what the dead zone is. The dead zone, and as we look here on the next screen, click. There we go. Oh, no, I don't need to see this. Look, a hyperspace created through heightened ki, which sucks in everything. It is a space field which freezes everyone's body and soul, which lets not even a streak of light escape. Okay. In the movies, which as we talked about, Toriyama says different dimension. That's why I'm glad I covered that earlier. Garlic Jr. generates one after being cornered by Goku and Piccolo, but through Gohan's power, he was sealed inside it. Daizenshu 6, page 44. So that literally tells you the source. On TV, Garlic Jr. planned to suck up the heavenly realm, but Gohan destroyed the planet Makio, and Garlic Jr. was once sealed inside it himself. Okay? The heavenly realm is also known as the Kami's Lookout, so not the heavenly realm of the afterlife. I mean, if it was, then that's pretty impressive that someone as weak as Garlic Jr. can create such a thing. So no. It's clearly talking about the Lookout heavenly realm. That needs to be clarified. Now, the Lookout heavenly realm still is a place that holds the room of spirit and time in the time room. That's why I put it beyond in the top of this list. However, it being a hyperspace, what is a hyperspace? Well, let's take a closer look in the definitions of hyperspace. So we did this before. We're going to do it again. Hyperspace is important. A concept relating to higher dimensions as well as parallel universes and a faster than speed of light method for interstellar travel. In Japanese, this is also known as akukan. When you look at here, in science fiction, hyperspace, also known as null space, subspace, or overjump space, and similar terms, is a concept relating to higher dimensions as well as parallel universes and faster than light method of interstellar travel. By the way, how many of you guys want to see? Roz, Andre. I mean, I've been showing the scans, everything. I think they deserve to see the Daizenshu 6, which I also happen to have.
Show it to them.
Yeah, let me go ahead and look at my table of contents. Page 44, the movies. Page 44, DBZ Movies Battle. That's the memorial on page 40. Yeah, let's go to page 44, movies and battles. Battles and stories. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, let's get it. Yep. Give me a moment. Translate. Yep. Yep. Cool. Yep. All right. Let's see here. There we go. I gotta make sure I'm on page 44 though, Roz. So give me a minute.
Yeah.
Yep, I just was on page 44, but let me just read this real quick. All right. Yep. Yep. All right, and his underlings are trying to defeat the gods, take over the world, and have them a high fighting power and capable of becoming a huge power up. All right, let's see here. I just want to read this to make sure I'm getting the exact scan it comes from. Radar. Garlic has already summoned God and obtained eternal life. That's not what I'm looking for exactly. Let's see here. I don't think this page will read this, but I'm gonna just translate it anyway. Yep. No, that's not it. All right, let's go here. Is this it? Because these are some high quality scans I have. All right, let's see. Trapped in the shards of the earth, they were permanently in the dead zone. The world is sucked up by Dozone. Garlic Jr.'s terrifying power caused Gohan's cry to dead zone debris. Settling back next to combined technique, Goku uses its power to create a space, a type of black hole that absorbs all matter in this world. Without even a ray of light, they trapped until they die. Yeah, I think this is the scan. I think this is the exact scan. Let me see here. Let's see here, the text. Select all the text. Copy all the text. Let's go. Reta Mamino no Karakani Toki Komoro Tawani Sekai wa Dozo no. Okay. Okay. Suikoma Gariku wa Koki Fukatsu, obviously a very common word we all recognize. Yep, not even a shred of light. Yep. Matter, all matter in this world. Yep, that's accurate. Yep. And yep. I'm trying to look for something. Let's see here. Sekai wa. Let's see here. Let's see. This world, so it is a completely separate world. I'm just trying to translate here before I present it because I'm trying to make sure I got the right one. To be honest, Atari could just curse his entire chat out in Japanese and everyone would think. Probably not. I mean, probably. Oh, there's another movie with Garlic Jr., right?
I don't know if that's another movie. More like, was it a special? Or something like that?
Yeah.
When he came back the second time?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. Yeah, you're right. He does. So yeah, page 44 of the Daizenshu 6 does exist. I actually have it here. I'm actually going to grab it for you guys. Give me one moment. Let's see here. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it. Here it is. So yep, you guys ready? Here it is, right here, in your face. Oh, sorry, in your face. All right, so as you can see, this is the scan that we were talking about. Search image. Here we go. Oh. So yeah, no shred of light is let outside of this dimension. How accurate? Now, how accurate is the other scan we just read? All right, so we have this, and we got to understand how accurate is the other scan we were reading. Surprisingly, it is pretty accurate. So it does confirm that there is a hyperspace. All right, let me just actually translate here. All right. Something here. Trapped inside the shards of Earth permanently. All right, yeah. Actually, let's go to here. All right, so let's see here. Add one tool. Yep, fragments broken. Yep, eternity, presence. Okay. Yep. Making sure it's accurate. Yep, that wouldn't use it for that case, but in this case, it is the Japanese term for eternity. Dedu literally says dead zone. The Japanese is zorun. The world, or the, like it says it's a world. Specifically, the world or that zone is able to suck up the heavenly world. All right, let's make sure we're getting the most evidence. Yep. Okay. Yep. Gohan defeated him. Yep. Yeah. So the actual context of the scan, after taking a closer look of it, it does, I believe, it does utilize. So for example, let's see here. Akukan. All right, let's see. Can we find that definition written anywhere? So I do see one of them there, but all right, let's see here. So there is that statement. Okay. Yeah. The term space is there. And then the term we use for, okay. So this is interesting. So I did take a closer look to kind of make sure, because the way it translates in most cases isn't very coherent, you could say. But it does say something more along the lines of dekukan, which is a space, but like terms of like kukan in space in most cases is like, it's very verbatim space, if that makes sense. So it's interesting because let me see here. Let me see something here. Could there have been a mistake when somebody was looking at this? Could they have mistakenly said that this was referring to kukan? But when you see akukan here, and you see the other term, a kind of space, because you have the other term here, ishu, which is kind of, in a sense. Yeah, so in other words, it can be a hyperspace. So if we're going to give the actual scan here, guys, the accurate input, the accurate outtake of this is, it can be a hyperspace. Is it a hyperspace verbatimly? Let's look a little closer. A little bit more investigation is needed, because this is the scan. The scan I'm showing you is not the actual translation that comes from. That translation comes from a different page. The scan I'm showing you is something a little bit more different. All right. This is about the movie and stuff that happened in the movie. So in that context, there's a little bit more going on, and the rest of this, if you know what I mean. So let's see here. But yeah, the term kukan is definitely used. That kukan is close to being used there. But I wouldn't say it's verbatimly a hyperspace. But it's talking about a form of a space that doesn't let light escape, which in context is likely referring to subspace, since its job was to absorb the room of spirit and time, the time room, and the lookout. So yeah, is it appropriate to still put on this place in the list? I would say so. I still think it is, yeah. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say it's verbatimly a hyperspace when we just looked at the scan together and we saw that it can be, but is it really? You know what I mean?
I think it just depends on your interpretation at that point.
Yup. I could ask Mori. I could ask her to see what she thinks of this term, Deikukan. But like generally speaking, it doesn't verbatimly say hyperspace. It doesn't. Akukan is specifically associated with aka, like a, because you would see that in something like Yu Yu Hakusho, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
So, all right, let's see here. So yeah, actually spread the news. Spread the news. Like it doesn't necessarily say akukan for hyperspace. I mean, there could be a definition to it specifically that I could be missing, but for the context of the whole sentence, but the particle and the way the word is set up, it doesn't really showcase something that I'm getting the idea. It does say it's an exit type of space, so I mean, that's worth something, but it doesn't really clarify anything else besides those basic fundamentals. So I don't think that it constitutes for anything greater than just that. If you look up this definition by itself and you type in exit space, you're going to get like a lot of living rooms and stuff like that. You're not really getting the same. So actually, let me show the stream actually what that looks like. So if we type in here, we type in this. Look at what we're getting, right? We're getting exit space. Now, here's the thing. When you actually spell out subspace and you actually use the Japanese, the proper kanji, because these are kanji at this point, you got to use the Japanese word for sub, right? That word is a. It would look more like this. So look at the difference. You see the difference here? Oh wait, you guys can't see anything. Crap. I didn't even put the damn man Atari. I'm being a baboon right now. All right, so look at this. Those are the kanji we see. See that? Check it out. This is a little weird, right? Doesn't really say. It says exit space. It's like itokukan or something of those lines. How do I pronounce it again? I think it's like kukan something. But yeah, I definitely know I definitely know those two kanji because I'm not very familiar with all of my kanji. But I will tell you that this is definitely along the lines of something that is a very specific statement and requires a very specific, look at, when you're actually scaling it. So yeah, when you use the word, not just sekai, but just the word in this context where we were saying akukan, it doesn't really fit in that case. So what does it really say? That's where the whole idea is coming into the place or the fact of the matter, right? So let's put a there for sub and look what we get. Interesting. Look what happens now. Subspace. You're getting all these space pictures, right? All these space pictures you're getting. So clearly, you go to English, an imaginary space where the laws of physics do not apply, a term used in science fiction. You see the difference there? And so because that necessarily isn't actually in the scan, I want to do a little bit, I think a little more research is required. So I think Garlic Jr. is definitely in. Now, obviously, the context still matters, right? Right, Roz? Because if we think about the context is he's supposed to suck up the heavenly realm and the room of time and the room of spirit of time, which we've just proven were fourth dimensional spaces. So if his world was able to do that, logically it would be of course, equivalent size, of course. We don't...
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so it's still 4D, but we don't know how large it is. Bottom line. So all we can really do is just keep it bare minimum and say dead zone here. Do that there. Pop that in. Dead zone. And then go to sources. Roz, what is your take on that while I'm writing it down?
Oh, just the whole hyperspace kind of thing, or one in particular?
The hyperspace in particular.
I stick to what I said, kind of first. It could be really just up to anyone's interpretation. It could be a literal hyperspace, which is a higher dimension, or it could just really be anything. It could be a freaking wormhole for all we know. You don't really know. It just goes on your interpretation.
Right.
I really have no objective way to kind of like say a look at it, if I'm 100% honest.
Right, because the only thing we can go off of is what was Garlic Jr. trying to accomplish in this movie.
Exactly.
So we could just put movie number 1, Daizenshu 6. It's kind of implied to be a dead zone. There's evidence of it trying to be that grand mag. Actually, and the fun fact is, let's actually correct a couple of things. This is actually a promotion scan. And that's why you got to be careful on those Google images you'll see where they'll say like, oh, look at this. That scan said go to Daizenshu chapter 6, page 4. No. You do not need to go there. I'll actually provide to you the verbatim page it actually occurs on. Here it is. You know the scary part? Guess what page it is actually on, Roz?
What page is it on?
I'll show you in just a minute. I gotta go 3 pages back from this. 52. All right, hold on one moment. I gotta go back. There it is. 50. It's page 50. So I'm trying to show people like I'm not here to be biased. I'm here to actually provide actual. This is actually the original scan they got that take from, where it says sucks up everything, light can't escape. Not 44, page 50. Like Jack Reacher said, in an investigation, details matter. No, I'm playing. But actually that is legit though, because we're technically investigating how strong the series is, right, Ross? So
yeah,
details matter. Yeah, details matter. So guys, page 50, not 44. Daizenshu 6, page 50, not 44. Cool beans, right? All right, cool. Does Raditz scale above the dead zone? No, not at all. Garlic Jr. is stronger than Raditz.
By a long shot.
Yeah, not even close. To be honest, Tari, that's the same statement. Chat had been real quiet since that Garlic Jr. scan came out, right?
I just shared a scan.
Yeah, he sent it to Discord.
Where's that from, if you happen to know? It looks like Dragon Ball Forever. Let me put it on here. Let's share the scan to everyone. Dead Zone. This is the pocket dimension that Garlic Jr. is locked away in all for all eternity, sentenced to its miseries by a wish for immortality. Be careful what you wish for. Cool. So it is a pocket dimension. So that supports it being a pocket dimension. So we're still in good take. Now keep in mind though, if it was a hyperspace is indeed a higher dimension. A concept relating to higher dimensions or parallel universes faster than light. It's very commonly spatial, and literally it's written under spatial anomalies. So there's no argument there. Unfortunately, if we went with that, then the dead zone would be 5D. Sadly, I don't want to go there. I want to keep this as objectively clean as possible. Or let's keep it clean. It's not a low ball, it's not a high ball. It's just keeping it clean. We're going with Only things. Everyone mass sleepy. That's why it's like 3 a.m. I mean, Roz, is it 3 a.m. for you, bro?
Nah, it's 11:50 for me. 11:50 p.m.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
Oh yeah.
Wake up! No, I'm just playing. But yeah, so far so good. All right, looks like we're out of the friend zone. I mean the death zone. So let's go into the next category. So what's the next category going to be? I think it should be the afterlife now. Yeah, we're at the afterlife. The afterlife.
Like a hot topic.
Woo, 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 woo. Afterlife. All right, so the afterlife is going to be really important. So what color do we need to make the afterlife? Huh? I'm still going to keep it white. I'm just going to branch off the other ones like I did before, but yeah, I'm going to keep the afterlife in this white category box. All right, so Afterlife, Dragon Ball Afterlife, cool beans. Nothing crazy, nothing too big going on around here. Bam, 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 bam. All right, so we don't need this, we don't need that, we don't need that scan anymore. Yeah, Afterlife. So Afterlife is very simple. I mean, it's simple because how many times have we ad nauseum this argument before, Roz?
Do you really want me to try to guess? That's a long topic, dude.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for a long time and many years. It's funny how people still use the scan because these are my highlights because I used Microsoft Paint to highlight these. It's funny how people use this scan to try to use the Afterlife images that I use because I was the one who shared it with Andre. Actually, I got evidence that I shared it with Andre way back in 2020 when I first was bringing that to the attention.
Exactly. And people have been trying to use that to push their whole you-know-what narrative for Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Yeah, so low.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of evidence here. I mean, actually, no, I do have the evidence. It's right on. It's literally right here. On my other ones where I said facts about the other world and stuff like that. Yeah. Toei Animation, Small Dimensional Light. Yeah, actually, yeah, I have this released back when I first released it on the Amino, March 19, 2020. Yeah, so mine still stands. As long as that Amino stays up, there's the evidence. All right. All right, so first things first. Is the afterlife separated by space and time? Yes, it is. Actually, the afterlife is very much separated from space and time. Let's go into the meat and bones of this argument again and kind of just bring it out. I mean, obviously, if you didn't know already, now you're going to know. Remember I talked about different dimensions, a place that's temporal or non-temporal? Well, guess what? We have evidence of that. So Goku in chapter 476 confirms it has no time. So that's pretty good. We're not going to necessarily use that for scaling, but that's still important. Next off, we have the Mike Pondsmith RPG data book written by published by Fusions over here and funded by the sub company of Fusion Labs. Written right here verbatimly on one of their pages in 1998. It does include or conclude that the other world is a higher dimension. Oh, absolutely, Atox. But Atox, the reason this is canon is not because it's written by Mike Pondsmith in a American release data book. It's because Mike Pondsmith actually tells us how the afterlife works, saying, time to leave your Western misconceptions of the afterlife at Heaven's Gate. Sure, people die in Dragon Ball. So obviously he's going into the Asian mysticism of it, as he literally talked, trip in Asian mythology. The goals in here, Dragon Ball Z characters call the other world in a lot of ways or terms that other world or next dimension are pretty good ways of describing this place. It's truly another reality that isn't connected to ours on the most metaphysical level. It is not as simple as the Western concept of heaven and hell. It is an entirely separate space or separate universe that encompasses another level of reality. Now we have evidence that this transcends the level of reality that it is a separate universe. But the reason we have context or information that it's a separate universe is literally speaking from Dragon Ball Z episode 8, 1988 or 89. The harsh child that both the sleeping father and son must face continues on. It does say separated from space and time. Actually, you guys, now this is right here. This is the meat and bones of the argument. This is where it starts to get really crazy for Dragon Ball, and this is why I've been trying to show a lot of people. Right? Let's see here. So see here, outside of, the other scans, higher than heaven and stuff like that in Dragon Ball and stuff, we have a lot of pieces of information that can be utilized to really give us an idea of the scale. Let's see here. Let's find episode 8 of Dragon Ball. Roz. Remember that episode? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Episode 8?
Yep.
Z, right?
Yeah, when Gohan was sleeping and the narrator verbatim.
Oh yeah, they're talking about saying that in two separate separated by a time and space, I believe.
Which
what the narrative said.
Yeah, so that confirms the two separate space. You can't be separated from time and space unless you're implying the world beyond doesn't orchestrate under the same time, meaning they're under different time orchestrations or different timelines. This makes sense on several levels, but we're going to get into that. First, I got to bring that scan into fruition. Yeah. So for those who don't know, the scan that came before this, actually here, the goal is to bring down the Saiyans, separated by time and space. The harsh trials that both the sleeping father and son must face continue on and on. So that's from the anime in 1989. Daizenshu came out in 1994. At least Daizenshu 4 came out in 1994 specifically. So we don't really get any other pretext about the Afterlife's complexity until we get into the laws of nature, right? Which we'll get into in just a moment. DBZ, laws of nature, Janemba. Janemba starts to come in and explain that. Because he was mixing the laws of nature. Fusion Reborn, right? Yeah, there we go. Fusion Reborn. I'm trying to find it. These scans have been getting harder and harder to find and locate on Google anymore because they used to be very popular, but now they're starting to not get as popular. Anyone got it on Discord anymore? I think I sent it to SJ Rio.
I think you sent Andre and I a crap ton of the scans, so you can probably just check our chats.
Right. Law of nature. All right. All right, let's see here. Law of nature, DBZ, da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, let's see here. Yeah, laws of nature. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm sleepy. I'm too sleepy to understand any of this. Hey, like I said, man, I know you said before, you said Dragon Ball can't get higher than multiversal and stuff. I'm like, hey, man, stick around. Stick around. You'll find out. I'm not the other guy. I'm not these other guys who go around highballing Dragon Ball without evidence. I'm one of the guys who... I'm one of the guys who actually goes into detail and explains it. I mean, for example, if I wanted to highball how many Dragon Ball fans would have just took that scan of hyperversal Roz and just run with it? I mean, hyperverse and just would have ran with it, right? But I can
name a few people off the top of my head.
Right, but what did we do? We went to the original scan and translated it in front of everyone. Found out it's not actually page 644. We found Daizenshu 6 page 44. We found it was Daizenshu 6 page 50. And yeah, it's a higher. It is definitely a space equivalent to the Room of Spirit and Time Room because it can absorb them. But it definitely isn't a hyperspace under the pretext that it's a higher concept or dimension like 5D, like I originally said in some of my other videos. So the fact that I'm willing to correct myself, I mean, come on, guys. I'm not going to purposely try to lead you astray.
Exactly.
All right, let's see here. Laws of nature. All right, so I think I can find it. All I have to do is go to Quora, because on Quora I actually have a lot of the scans on my original page. So let's just go to my original page here. All right, there we go. Bada boom. If this situation continues, the eternal laws of nature, aka eternal laws of nature, meaning it has no concept. Because what is it now? Before I even go deeper, eternal laws of nature will be completely warped, resulting in the weakening of the boundary between the afterworld and the human world. Toriyama literally said normal souls can't get there any other means in his last interview we just read, right? So this is consistent. Yo, Atox, if you're still there, I really hope you're still there just to hear these last 5 minutes. So we got evidence from Mike Pondsmith in 1999. We got evidence from episode 8 of Dragon Ball Z, right? In fact, here's the actual scan that I copied so that everyone can see it's the same video, right? So we got, that's 2, right? That's 2 so far. Yo, Roz, I want you to numerically keep track of how many scans we got. So we got Mike Pondsmith. How many is that so far?
That's around.
That's 1.
3.
Right? That's 1, right?
1 or 3.
No, we're starting over. We're starting over. So Mike Pondsmith.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
That's 1.
We got Toriyama's super exciting guide, The Truth About the Dragon Ball Manga, where he says the afterlife are 2 separate worlds.
This 2.
Yep. And I mean, that's big, because here it is right here for people who don't know. Here's the evidence right there. So that's big, because that's like out of Toriyama's mouth. We got episode 8 in 1989. In 1989, episode 8.
3.
Cool. We got Fusions Were Born in 1995, which states the different laws of nature, which Toriyama already confirmed. Movies take place in different dimensions. Afterlife exists in all dimensions of Dragon Ball, so there's no reason for them to have different functions.
4.
All right. Okay, I think that's good for that. Now, hold on. We have Daizenshu 4, page 18, or 19, I should say, where it says, the supernatural world governed by the gods, the god of heaven, or the Kaios of heaven, who are higher in the sky, transcend the dimensions that cannot be perceived from the human world, are all looking down the whole world from here.
5.
You got a 6 scan at the end.
Oh, yeah? Let me see here. Oh, Andre, you son of a gun. The Dragon Ball official website, which is as canon as you can get most of the time. What does it say? Character showcase in the series. Where we introduce one character from Dragon Ball universe each week. This time we're traversing the dimensions to catch up with Janemba in its pre-transformation state from the movie Dragon Ball Z Fusion Reborn. So traversing dimensions. I mean, that's another evidence that it's a separate space, right? So how many is that, Roz? 6?
I think that's 6. Yeah, 6. Because Andre said it was 6, so yeah, that's 6.
Yep.
Dang.
Jeez, that's crazy. So we got 6 scans so far. What other way can we indicate that it's technically separate? Oh, wait. We got this scan. Son Goku can never go to the temporal world again, implying the Kaioshin realm and the afterlife are not worlds that are temporal, meaning they're not orchestrated by time or constrained by it, which is consistent because that lines up with chapter 476 for Goku. So how many is that? That was 2, right, Roz? What's that?
That's, I think, 2 more, so I think that's like 7 and 8, or 7 now.
7 and 8. Yup, 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Good. So that's 7 and 8. If that's 7 and 8, we just proved with 8 different scans that the afterlife is a completely separate dimension. I'm not done yet. Y'all thought I was, Roz, they thought I was done.
In their dreams.
Oh man, that's we're just getting started, baby. Like I wish I was joking. Like no, we actually are just getting started. Let's go to Daizenshu 7. I have right here. More evidence first and foremost, here's another scan. Here, Daizenshu 7, page 36, the separate dimensions within the afterlife. How many is that, Roz?
That's either 9 or 10 now.
All right. Cool. All right. So we got, these are primary sources. Some are supplemental, but the majority of them are from the original source material, such as movies or statements from the official Dragon Ball site or statements from people who have the rights to the series. So what can you really say there? So another thing is that but let's see here. There's one more. I at least got one more that I gotta cook. Let me cook. Hold up.
Let me cook.
Boom. The afterlife has a hierarchy. Afterlife hierarchy has some parts that can be shared with Dragon Ball story settings and some parts that can't. So we don't need to go any further. Even though he's saying that, he's still acknowledging the idea that there are higher dimensions. And there was even a scan prior where he did verbatimly say it is a higher dimension. So that's Koyama. Come on. And he's even clarifying, no, actual cosmology and Dragon Ball cosmology are still different, but Dragon Ball still does follow that theory. Since hell is considered a fourth dimensional infinite realm, right?
Yep.
So again, oh wait, hold on. Don't forget the time when somebody says, does that mean the afterlife, when Shining ask him, hey, does that mean the afterlife transcends space? And what does Koyama respond? Yes. Yes, it does. Evidence? Right here. That's literally what he said. So, were we at the big 10? We're at 10 now, right?
Yeah, we're at 10.
10 sources of evidence that the afterlife is literally a higher dimension or separate space?
Potentially 11.
Yeah.
Andre just sent another one.
Janemba created the solid barrier around Lord Emma's office, trapping him inside and causing this balance between our world and another world to crumble, which even resulted in the dead returning to life. Meaning the laws of physics, the laws of nature. What is the laws of nature too? Let's get into that. Real quick. You get into nature, right?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Law of let's see. Actually, we're going to talk law. We're going to type in the word law. When you look up the definition law right here, law of nature, says here, law of nature is a rule conduct arising out of the natural relationships of human beings established by the Creator and existing prior to any positive precept. Thus is a law of nature that one man should not injure another, and murder and fraud would be crimes independent of any prohibition from a supreme power. Noah Webster was Christian. Now, let's apply this to Japanese Shintoism and Yama Buddhism. Roz, Andre, Dragon Ball has morals. You get punished for certain morals you had in the real world, right? Like if you injure another man and you're being rude, what happens?
You go to hell in Dragon Ball.
Pretty much.
Like how? Like, do I gotta turn into a Comic Vine user to like explain it that clearly? Like,
Please don't.
It's obvious. It's obvious. That's 11. And it's supported by other sources outside of it because it's literally adds up. I'm not throwing headcanon. That's what law of nature refers to, the concept itself. And that's shared across this religion that Dragon Ball follows based on our actual religion. Dang, man. Like, how deep we like? Dang, how long? How many fresh gourmet foods did we just make with this cooking right now?
We about 11 meals. You know, just saying.
There's too much evidence that the afterlife is a higher dimension, like in a separate world. So the fact that the verse is about, if you ignore it at that point, it's chosen ignorance. It's chosen ignorance. Can we agree with that, guys? It's chosen ignorance.
I'd say so. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very easily.
If it's not considered a higher dimension, it's chosen ignorance. So let's continue back into the main list. I'm gonna just go ahead and jot this down. Hold on. All right, let's see here. We got an image of the afterlife, or we'll put other world art. All right, let's see here. I think this is important. So like, there's no, like, most people say, oh, that's just infinite 4D, right? So most people think, all right, cool, that's cool, Atari. So you just proved that it's pretty big. It holds hell, which is 4D. But no, it transcends the dimensions that can't be seen from the human world. Dead Zone ain't seen from the human world. The Room of Spirit and Time ain't seen from the human world. The Room of Time ain't seen from the human world. Hell is definitely not seen from the human world. So is it safe to objectively conclude the afterlife is 5D?
I'll say so, yeah.
Yeah, it's clear cut.
Yeah, nobody's trying to just throw in their own narrative and just be biased and like, afterlife, it's only 5D. Like, no, we're actually providing legitimate evidence that actually constitute as a proper scale. We're like, all right, here it is. Here it is. I'm not trying to lie to you guys. Here it is. So, afterlife or / otherworld. I think I'll just call it otherworld, because that's the end series name. Well, I know you'll, So otherworld, and the thing is, I can literally I can live stream me go guys. Who wants me to live stream a Should I go I can go on my Twitch right now, buy some bits, and I will literally go on a live streamer's Twitch who's from Japan and ask them, what does this mean? Say, can I donate something to you? I just want to understand a statement from something. And just donate to them like 200-300 bits, right? And then ask them, hey, what does this mean? Should I do that? Just go straight to somebody who speaks Japanese themselves and not even go to anyone. Just be like, hey, I know you're not an English translator. What does this mean to you? 300 bits is it's not a crazy amount, believe it or not. But Bob 9001 is like, yo, Atari is about to go all out just to prove his point. Exactly. You have to do that.
Because you have way too many people who will be like, no, that's still not wrong, because this and this, and it just doesn't make sense to me personally. You got people like that. That's annoying.
Exactly. That's called incredulity. Let's go here. Source. Geez, the amount of sources on this. So we got Daizenshu 4, page 18. So we got Daizenshu 4, page 18. What else we got? Koyama.
Yeah, we got 11 or 12 things of evidence at this point.
Jeez. All right, let's just go with the ones that prove it's a higher dimension. We got 1998 RPG Adventure. DBZ. Let's go to Daizenshu 7. Let's mix it up. And Roz, yes. You're going to be like, wait, is that a 12, Atari? Is that a 12? And you're going to be surprised. A 12 is coming up.
I look forward to it.
All right, so let's go into the 12th one. Let me go and meet and let me see here. Let me click on me and Andre's whole conversation. All right. Let's see here. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. Yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Nope, not that one. Um. Hmm. Choo 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 choo. All right. Let's see here if I can. Ah, here it is. Daisenshu 7, page 175. You know why I bring that page up?
Tell us why you bring up number 12.
Actually, I'm not even going to bring that one here. I'm going to... Actually, yeah, I'll include it. But essentially, it says the air bike. My favorite, one of my favorite vehicles, the Eastern... No, sorry. One of the East Kaio's favorite vehicle, when she rode it to waste Goku in a different another dimensional space. There are no wheels and it floats and runs. The Eastern Kaio seems to be a speed enthusiast who wants to race immediately. The actual term used to express this is extra dimension, verbatim. In fact, if you don't believe me, here's another scan supporting it right here. Boom. Yes, it does refer to extra dimension Ichiken. And yes, the term, this is actual page 175, and the bottom page here, the moped she used to race Goku. So, yeah, this scene here, stay mad. Cope. Cope! Extra dimension inside the afterlife. Why do we need an extra dimension inside the afterlife? Come on. It is what it is. If it's an extra dimension under the confines of it being 4D, then that just supports the afterlife containing these worlds in them. So the afterlife being 5D is absolutely like, I mean, it's come on, that's 12. That's 12, baby. And then I'll write here. Transcends everything below and contains extra dimensions. I think that's a good way to describe it, wouldn't you say?
I'd say so, yeah.
We'll put this under extra. So far, we've been doing good working on this. I think I'm pretty happy with the result. Yeah. So I think this is pretty much it. We've been doing pretty good. Now we finally get to rank it up and say 5D. So yeah, pretty cool. Get to actually just say it's 5D. I think I should make this 5D statement like yeah. Oh yeah, not just 5D, but objectively 5D. I'm gonna keep this one black. So we have 4D.
Gotta be black, huh?
Yep. So we have 4D, which is like in yellow, and then we have 5D, which is like in black. So I think it's kind of appropriate to, like, if I go here to the blocks, I think it's kind of appropriate, Roz, if I somewhat make this a little bit more of a, something along these lines, something that's black. Yeah. The afterlife. Yeah. The afterlife, it looks good like that. So that way, now we know the afterlife is 5D. We're pretty much all set for the main continuity. I mean, there's the Kaioshin realm, which is 1/10 the afterlife. I'm going to include that as well. I mean, 1/10 of everything. I mean, it's part of it, so I'll just put it as up there with it. So yeah, let's go ahead and grab ourselves another block. All right. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. All right. So far, so good. Any questions, anyone in the stream? Roz, anything you want to add to that? Andre, anything you want to add to that?
I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
It's all good to me.
Plus has no time. So temporality is no longer part of this fifth dimensional world. Now we're going to get into a couple of intricacies where there are higher temporalities. So pay attention, because a lot of people tend to think, well, if it's bypassed that, then I mean, how much greater can it be? I mean, I'll tell you how much greater it can be. It can be much, much greater than what anyone else is thinking it can be. So follow through, guys. Thanks. So look, the afterlife, the Kaioshin realm is like, I mean, there's not much, I don't need to say anything on it. It's like, it's part of the afterlife, but I'll say this: orbits outside the universe. This is just, now this one is just common knowledge, obviously, so I'm just going to leave it there. Orbits outside the universe. I mean, what else do you need? Like, do you need orbit mint gum? Like, come on, relax. So obviously this orbits outside the universe, and you know the space between universes is clearly in a space it resides. So this is the macrocosm. Then what we're going to do is we're going to list this here. We're going to actually leave some text, say macrocosm. Actually, so this is the entire macrocosm. The reason I'm listing it like this is because Universe 7... Now, this is where it gets tricky. The Universe 7, it's like the space between the afterlife and the Kaioshin realm. Like, the utmost space. It gets interesting because the living world is technically... Roz, I'm going to keep this like... Roz, we're going to keep this... we're going to say the living world... So the living world is a little bit like... it's very difficult. So I'll explain why it's difficult.
All right.
So we're definitely going to leave this term macrocosm here. That way people who are reading this list kind of get an idea of where the scaling is going. And they're all connected, so obviously. And then when we get to the next block here, where we get to this block, I want to do a bluish ruby. I want to do a bluish ruby color. So let's get a little bit more fancy. Bluish ruby color. So that's the macrocosm. And then the macrocosm sits there while I put this here. This is where I want to say, this is where we get into, things get a little more complicated. So let's explain. All right. So here's where we get into the complicated mess. Infinite. Should it be no concept of time better for Otherworld? Well, no. It should just be it doesn't have time normally. I wouldn't say concept, because concept is an idea. The idea of time still is there because it still takes Enma a certain amount of time to do something. He's just not under the time that's below the living world, right? So look at this list here again. So you see, you have the 4D realms. You have the Room of Time, Spirit and Time, Dead Zone. But though these are temporal, right? They don't matter to the 5D world. But remember, we haven't gotten there yet, but we still got to talk about the time rings. So because the time rings exist, it still falls under time. The time rings, before we get there, I'm going to give you an example. Well, time rings are more so like DC's hyper time. That's a great analogy, right, Ross and Andre?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's the timeline for the universe and then timeline for the multiverse.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So let's see here. Universe. All right. So we're going to call this cardinal universe. The reason I call it cardinal universe, for a particular reason. Why is it called cardinal universe? The reason it's called cardinal universe is because, these are cardinal universal numbers. Doi. So I mean, if that wasn't obvious enough, then get that ass banned. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, LTG, chill out.
I thought you just said LGBT.
I mean, whatever helps you sleep at night. But no, LTG.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, let's put that in the layer below. Cardinal Universe, Universe 7. So obviously Universe 7 has a couple ideas behind it, right? Like, so the only source we really have for evidence of Universe 7 is we just know that common sense, it's axiomatic. Like, it's a world that contains, like, actually there is evidence. What chapter is it where we go to Universe 10 to see Goku Black in? Actually, let's exit all these out because we got
Universe
plenty of
10 to see Goku Black.
Well, sorry, Zamasu. I'm jumping way too far ahead. So, Universe 10. What chapter is it? I think it's chapter 18?
I don't remember what chapter.
There's evidence in the chapter. It's not evidence that can be surmised. It's visual evidence. So, the fact is, you know how like when they go to Universe 10, there's like the separate space, right?
Yeah.
The afterlife is sitting in this black bubble, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Yep. Universe 10 has its own afterlife, and it sits in this black bubble. We don't know what that means, though.
That seems to be the case for, I guess you could say, most of the universes or microcosms.
Right, like the actual...
They don't share an afterlife. They all have their own separate afterlife.
Yep. And that's what I'm getting at. This is page 27. So 27, and I found it here. For those who are curious, here's the actual scan for evidence. So as you can see, it says Universe 10. Notice the black space in between it. That's not the actual universe itself. That's the container. So the container of the universe is this bubble I just drew right here. And you might be saying, oh, well, isn't that only in the manga? No, the manga, when we shows the universes, visually the universes don't look like that. They don't just show the afterlife visually, because we sort of showed 10 afterlife orbs. They don't look like that. They look like giant marbles. So the marble itself should be a higher dimension. But there's two reasons why. One is the visual confirmation. So the source would be, I'd like to call it visual. I'd like to say chapter 16, page 27, visual. Because we're visually surmising this information. Then we're going to add Koyama. Now, Koyama did state verbatimly that Goku is potentially 6D later on. Because it literally does... Well, the gods of Dragon Ball live in a 6D world. So 5D to 6D specifically. So in this case, if that's what Koyama's stating, then there's evidence for that. So it sits in it's in an awkward spot. So I would like to say, for the sake of expediency and consistency, this is where I come to my boys Roz and Andre. Andre, do you think it's more reasonable to say it is 6D, like Koyama says, because it does contain the actual afterlife? We visually see the way it looks in chapter 16, but also Koyama's confirmation. That's two sources, but ultimately, would you say this is something more of the infinite 5D because it's like infinitely great? It's likely infinitely greater than its than the actual. It contains the actual afterlife, which is 5D. Would you say it's infinite 5D, or what we call 5D plus, or would you say it's straight up 6D? What do you think is a better way to go about it?
You go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Andre. You go first. It's actually a good question.
I was going to say, when Toriyama was talking about how Broly could, destroy the afterlife in a few months, but he doesn't think he could, destroy the higher universe, indicating that the bubble transcends the afterlife.
I remember that. Yeah, that's true.
That's right.
How about you, Roz?
Honestly, yeah, I don't think I could top. I don't think I have anything to top that one. Honestly, Andre just brought up a good point. I totally didn't think about that.
Right, because he said he can't destroy the true infinity, but like it's weird because Koyama's like, oh yeah, he could destroy everything. I'm like, isn't the universe infinite? Yeah, but not the true infinite universe. I'm like, well, the true infinite. All right, it matches up with the way it's visually represented.
Which means I could probably destroy like the observable, like if the expanding observable universe, I
Right.
would probably seeing not the entirety of the infinity itself.
Right, which kind of adds up because I mean, look at this scan again. Like, let's take a like closer visual look. Like, let's check it out for a moment. You're watching a stream, so you can see it. But
Yeah, I see.
yeah, so like, just take a visual look at this. You have this black space, and then this little. I'm gonna click it here. You see this little in between space. Like, you have this is separated from some type of space somehow. Because when Weiss presents us the universes, he doesn't visually represent them that way, right? So let's leave and let's look at how Weiss visually represents it. So we saw that image. Let's take a look at how Weiss presents the universes when we go to chapter 6, I think it is, which is going to be interesting because we need chapter 6 anyway. But when which one is it? I think it's. Where is it when Weiss talks about it? I think he talks about it in chapter 5, maybe. Yeah, there we go, chapter 5. But yeah, anyway, bottom line. If I don't remember if he talks about it in this chapter, but I just know he talks about. Oh, here he does. He does talk in chapter 5. Look at how the universes visually appear when Weiss shows them, right?
Yeah.
And he's having 6 and 7 in his hand. Look how they visually look. They don't look anything like how Toyotaru drew it. So it's clear that they're aware. And also look at behind Weiss. You see the time ring symbol?
Yeah, I see it.
That's crazy, right?
It's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
So, yeah, I think it's safe to say it's 6D. I think I don't think it's considered I don't think it's considered heavy wank to even consider it 6D. I think I think the evidence is pretty clear.
Speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, there's also chapter 5, page 17. So page 17, chapter 5. Yeah, and then there's plus Koyama. So like it being 6D, I think is like a reasonable scale. I know there's a lot of people who might say, yeah, but that's a little bit too close for comfort. When you have a lot of author statements, I mean, what do you want us to put it at, right? It's because you can't jump and join your own conclusion that it's not that level. So it has to be one or the other. So let's see here. Let's go with this nice blue. There we go. Get that nice outline. Beautiful. There we go. All right, so far we know it's 6D. Cool. So now we're going to use this level of blue. We're going to say 6D. I think that's a reasonable scale, honestly. If you want my honest take, I think that's very reasonable. Chat. Everyone, a lot of people probably fell asleep watching the stream. I mean,
there's no telling what the time zone is for everyone else.
Yep, exactly. But hey, we're still moving. So yeah, the cardinal universes 6D. There's enough evidence from the statements to kind of support it because it's containing everything. Now the in between dimensions, like the neutral zone, right? The multiverse. Oh boy, this is when things get a little bit fun. Let's go to blocks. Oh, you're still here? Yo, I'm glad you're still here, Bob. All right, so let's go here. Yeah, let's kick it up a notch. All right, let's bring down the multiverse. bringing down the multiverse, I'm gonna ask you guys, Roz, Andre, do we know how big the neutral zone is?
I mean, wouldn't it technically be considered, I guess, its own kind of like near infinite, or at least like its own infinite space, more than likely?
Yeah, because I'm
like all that stuff.
yeah, I mean, if you look at the if we take a look at the picture again, like take a closer look again, guys. I want you to visually look at how it's drawn here. So visually take a look at Universe 6. Look how it's drawn. There are stars in the background.
Yeah, you're right.
And when Shenron comes out, it's consistent. So like, how big are these multiverse stars? You know what I mean? These cardinal neutral zone stars made in the neutral zone. How big are they? You know what I mean?
If it's like as similar as stars in our universe, there could like potentially be like freaking thousands to billions times bigger than others.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming
It makes sense because isn't that Zeno, well, the one for the Zeno world? Don't they call these planets? Yeah, they call them planets. They say 12 planets stacked up. So they're planets in Zeno's world.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that one. Yeah.
The neutral zone is the space between universes. So now most people say, how is a container going to be a higher dimension? Well, you have to think of it this way. All these universes are infinite. How can a 6D space exist? I mean, it could be a 6D world. You could argue that. I will agree. I'll say this. You could argue it's a 6D world. Kind of like how we have a planet Earth, which is 3D. And so I would say the neutral zone, you know, in this context, the neutral zone is they're finite 6D worlds that are containing infinite 5D dimensionality in themselves. And they're separated by the space in the 6D world, you say. So if we want to keep things, we can argue back and forth all day, but it being 6D is not terrible. So you can actually say it's 6D, but it's clear that it's infinite because it's not part of the same world as Zeno's world. So it could be 6D plus because it is clearly infinite in size. So the actual space itself is infinitely bigger. So we'll put it 6D plus because again, I want to stress this. The idea is we're trying to present that Dragon Ball. We're trying to keep this as bare bones basic as possible. So back to what we were doing, I think 6D plus is fine. I don't think we need to jump the gun quite yet.
Yeah.
And again, we're still just getting started. So 6D plus is pretty good. We don't really have evidence anymore that it goes to 7D for the neutral zone. Because, like, yeah, the space between them is infinite, but, like, the neutral zone contains 6D worlds, but we don't know, like, 6D worlds. Like, it's like this. Our universe is infinite size, but it contains 3D objects. It's an infinite size 3D universe that contains infinite amounts of 3D objects in 3D space. Doesn't make it 4D, right? Just makes it high universal. So we'll just say it's high 6D. Hey, there you go. Easy. Hey, what's up, SK Sharma? Welcome to the stream. Glad you was able to make it. But just because we said that doesn't mean we're not going to get crazy. We're still going to get a little crazy. So as we go up. Mm-hmm. What's up, Keaton? All right. Next up. This next one is really important. This next one's big. This next one's big. This next one's huge. Very big.
All right, calm down, Trump.
This next one's gonna be big. Very big. Huge. Absolutely mind-blowingly huge.
Like the more you kept doing that, my brain was like, "Wow, that's gonna be like really huge Trump vibes right there." How he like, over-exaggerated things.
So look at this. There it is, baby. The one, the only, the Zeno world. Look at the gap between these.
At this point, I think I've lost count now.
All right, let me take this where it says blocks, and let me shift this up. I'm gonna shift this up a little bit more, and I'm gonna put this here. We're gonna actually label this bottom row. We're gonna say the multiverse, because Zeno's world's not the multiverse technically.
It would technically count as above it, wouldn't it? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna place it as the multiverse. I'm gonna say, the next one is gonna be called Beyond the Multiverse. So that is the multiverse. Everything under this is the multiverse, right? So this way it kind of, because again, I'm still confused about the Zeno world. Don't worry, we'll clarify that. So the Zeno world is very simple, right? Zeno's world is stated to be verbatimly, and Andre, that was from the Chozenshu, right? The Zeno world being a higher dimension.
Yeah, that was from the super. Well, not the. Yeah, it's the chosen.
Do you still have the scan? I'm trying to find it in the chat. I can't find it for some reason. Hey!
I'm trying to find it.
Thank you so much, Lord Yamsha. Appreciate it. For the $39.99 Saudi Ray. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shukran. Shukran Gazilan for the Arbain. I don't know how to say it. Oh, man. But thank you. Shukran. Kifakalik. Kifalik. How are you? How are you? Atari HMB is the macrocosm less than 6D? Yes. Yes, it is. The macrocosm is not 6D. Not in the confines of how we're actually scaling it, because we're going over this bit by bit very slowly. And the idea is we want to just provide what evidence we can confirm 1,000%, right? You said you had the scan, right?
I think he does
Yeah,
have it. I think he's trying to find it.
Oh no! I forgot something. We gotta go back. We do gotta go back. I was wrong. No. I was wrong. Guys, I am wrong. Let's go back. Bring your ass back, baby. Hold up. This is... The multiverse is 7D plus. Now I know what you're thinking. What the hell are you talking about, Atari? How is the multiverse 7D now? I thought you just said it's 60. Oh, no. All right, so let's talk a little bit about why it's not the case. First things first, the multiverse is there, but there's one place we forgot. There's one place we forgot. Yeah, I found something that makes it 7D. Don't forget this. Don't forget this scan right here. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Don't forget this. Do you guys remember this?
Oh, yep, I remember this.
Don't forget, this dimension is literally considered a higher dimension. Verbatim. And I'm going to go into details about why. And I'm going to provide the scans. Let's go. Hold up. Yeah. Yeah, is a super dimension. So we got to do some editing here, all right? Oh, and there's one more place I forgot about. You know what other place I forgot about?
What?
This place. I forgot about this place too.
Whis' scan just now.
Whis' staff. Whis' staff. So Whis' staff, I gotta add into the mix too. But here's the scans. The first scan here actually does say, exiled in a faraway planet, Broly spent his childhood fighting all sorts of enemies and monsters. It was a result of an unpredictable battle that transcended the dimensional limits of the space and transcends time. After being fighting, Goku vows to spar with him in a thrilling fighting match. Next is another one that actually scans here, which is also similar. What kind of connection exists between the Kaioshin and the god, and where are the paired relationship? And it completely shrouded in mystery. However, the power possessed by the god of destruction, just as it's stouted
Okay,
as
who
the god
just
of
said
destruction.
no, not Outerversal.
No, not Outerversal. Truly transcends dimensions. Faced with its terrifying power of destruction, even the finest Kaioshin are terrified and unable to resist its transcendental power, expressed even Son Goku, who surpassed Super Saiyan. All right? But we're still not done. There's a third scan, a combination of Goku and Vegeta that created a mighty warrior to stand up against the legendary Saiyan Broly. The universe chooses them for a timeless dimension as the battle progresses. Gogeta finally beats Broly, moved like a vamp with the power of the Dragon Balls. So I think that these scans should be taken into consideration. I mean, it's hard to say because, like, if you actually read the manga, it says like it's like the universe chose them to be in a different timeless dimension. So you could argue that I mean, I wouldn't say it's 7D actually looking back at it. So maybe not 7D, but I think it still is a big, because technically they didn't leave the universe. They're still part of the universe. Technically, it's part of Universe 7. It just means Universe 7 is a lot. It just means Universe 7 is 6D. So that's what it proves. So what it does is it takes this universe, it takes the cardinal universe and makes it not 6D plus, but it means it's a 6D realm capable of holding 6D realms, because the actual dimension is a timeless dimension, but it's also greater than the afterlife, because the power of their might created a different dimension that was a super dimension within the dimension. I know it's a lot of dimensions I use in one sentence, but the point is they pretty much went to a 6D world within the same macrocosm. So it's basically the macrocosm is a bigger 6D world that can contain a 6D world. By function of the neutral zone being the space between universes, which we'll talk about in just a bit. Let me just name this the neutral zone. Let's see here. Sources. Chapter 6, page 10. Yep. Let me just make sure I got this, because I don't want to have to come back and edit this. Chapter 6, page 10. Is that the right chapter in the page? Thoughts on that, Roz Andre?
Looks good.
Yeah, looks good.
Seguro space in the realm Goku lives in after he rides off Shenron. Yeah, I did have the Seguro space as part of it, but I'm not including the Seguro space anymore because although it's part of GT, we haven't seen it in the recent Super or anything else besides GT and arguably the Heroes. So when I do this map for Heroes, we might include it, but this is supposed to be like the most canon you can get. You know what I mean?
As accurate as you can make it, essentially.
Yeah, essentially. Because it's literally called the most objective power scale we can try to come to the conclusion of. So if we can make it objective, we'll try. We certainly will try. But yeah. Do you think that composite Goku excluding the crossovers in other verses is Outerversal? If we go by Versus Battle Wiki's current definition, yes. But if we go by the actual meaning of what Outerversal is, hell no, not even close. Because the actual Outerversalism is something that's idiotic. I mean, maybe if we get with like a really highball God Fusion Goku, maybe. Because I mean, like that's like if you put Roz mixed with Goku, he's gonna be like, I don't even agree that I'm outer verse, and I'm still gonna.
Oh yeah,
It'll be Rozku, and he'll be like, he'll like, nah, I don't even think I'm outer verso, bro. Like he'll come out of this film like Broly did and whoop your ass just to say that I'm not outer verso. Stop wanking me.
I mean, I would do that. I really would do that. That is very much in my character. I will not deny that.
Should I include Whis' staff?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, it does have some pretty objective feats.
Yeah, so let's see how we're gonna do this. So let's get the blocks ready. All right, let's make sure we merge with the bottom layer. Merge selected layers, merge with the bottom layer, blocks and sources. I'm gonna copy both. All right, let's keep the sources. All right, so I'm gonna move these up, keep them straight. Boo. All right, hold on. Yep, keep them straight. Move them like this. I gotta just put Whis' staff somewhere in between there. And then the universal feet of Broly and thingy. All right, yep, include up there. All right, yep. All right, so let's copy all this stuff since 5D in Otherworld and 5D in Otherworld, and let's move it up. Yep, right there. Good. Look at these editing skills. Good, and then we're just gonna all right. Is Macrocosm Keaton? I'm sorry to say, the Macrocosm, like guys, is a Macrocosm, Roz, Andre, do you think the Macrocosm is now only 5D? Or do you think the Broly and Gogeta dimension kind of makes it 6D? Because technically they bypassed the Macrocosm, right?
They bypassed it. It straight up said that they pretty much shattered like reality and went to like a different one through their fight. So.
Yeah, but still under the confines of universe of the 6D unit. It's technically the same scale as destroying the universe according to the statements when they compared it, but it's not the same. So that's why we are including it 6D. Especially it makes sense because they're stronger than Goku was when he fought Beerus, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so let's
Not much stronger.
Yep, exactly. So let's do this. Let's include the 5D world for Whis. Yep.
I just shared a scan regarding the parallel worlds.
Thank you. All right, let's see. All right, perfect. And Whis, it's not part, but it's weird. Like, should I even include it? It's not part of the cosmology. Because Whis doesn't come from there. I won't include it. I'm not going to include it. You know why? Because it's not part of the cosmology. Goku wasn't going to destroy Whis' staff when he fought Beerus. Let's not include it. Let's not include it. We're not going to include it. It's too risky to include pieces of evidence that aren't really in, because for all we know, Whis' staff could be 10th dimensional, right?
That is true, yeah. It could be. Now that I think about it.
So yeah, I think this is fine. I think where we're at is fine. I think the only thing we need to do here is just change this part where it says the multiverse in the macrocosm. I think we just need to extend this a little bit more. Extend that just a little bit more, and then we're gonna all right, then we're gonna just increase this and put neutral zone multiverse there. Macrocosm, I'm gonna push up here a little more. What's beyond the macrocosm? I forgot. Yeah, I said that. So yeah, so let's do this. All right. All right. So what can we really say outside of like that dimension we saw them fight in?
Not entirely. Huh.
Let's see here. We definitely have it here. All right, so we have Broly just kind of standing there. So we're going to include him to stand there because we need to have a really visual library. We're going to have a nice visual library. Sources. Dimension of lights. Or super dimension of lights. The super dimension of lights, because that's literally what it was. And the source. Gotta do sources. All right, again here, sources. DBS Broly movie plus novel. Plus novel. I don't think we need to get into any more details than that. I mean, there's more evidence, but I think that as far as evidence-wise, that's good source of information.
You think it's pretty good?
I'd say so. What do you think?
I think it works.
Yep. Sources. Actually, let me copy this and exit out, and then I'm gonna do this here, and then do this here, and then do that, and then I can do this and that. Sources: DBS Broly movie plus novel, because I mean, that's literally the main sources of information they come from. So I don't think there's any need to deny that. All right, and now we just gotta visually put things together. Yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, dimensions of lights. Let's add a little bit of purple to it. Add a little bit of purple to it and let it blend in. There we go. And then I think where I placed the word 6D at, I'm gonna place it down here. All right, let's move 6D right there. There we go. Now, with that being said, if the cardinal universes can hold 6D worlds in themselves, but can also arguably contain or be lesser than the Broly super dimension of lights, which we can't confirm where its placement is, it's hard to say. But wouldn't that make the neutral zone 7D, or would you say 6D plus? It's hard to say.
Honestly, I would say 70 maybe because it does exist essentially above these already, arguably like at the least 5 or 16 macrocosms, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think placing it like 70 is a pretty good spot.
Like very low, like at the upper peak. Like it's like, here's the question though: Is it infinitely transcending? Does it infinitely transcend an infinite number of 6D worlds? I mean, technically it does, because it holds an infinite number of 6D worlds, arguably by the pretext of how it's presented in the series. But the question is, we haven't confirmed that yet, so it's speculative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to be fair, where's a good place to place it at? It's hard.
It is.
Since we're trying to be as objective as possible and perfect this cosmology, and we're not trying to be Dragon Ball wankers, I think 6D plus would be a good place for now. It's infinite 6D. How's that?
That works.
Yeah. Infinite 6D plus. We don't want to appeal to wankality. I'm playing. All right, now the Zeno world. I'm not even gonna. It's 7D. I'm not even gonna entertain that. It's 7th dimensional. I mean, what else do you want me to say, Roz? What else do I need to say?
Nothing.
Exactly. Like it's 7D. It's like a lot of people's like, oh, why is it 7D? I mean, I literally showed the scan last time. Andre, you found it, right? That scan. All right, perfect. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the dimension of no return in Beerus's world. Damn, man, there's so much. So much. Yeah, we know that the super dimensional battle. Yeah, so the visual novel confirms that. Ultimate battle, the extra dimension. Yeah, promos are. Yeah, there's so much evidence, so that's good. Now let's see here. Changing the past causes the future to split into parallel. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is another one. So, like, ultimately, like, with the Zeno world and the way the Zeno world exists, I think it's safe to say that it's, I think it's safe to say the Zeno world is... What do you think, Roz and Andre, about the Zeno world based on that last scan Andre shared a while back? I think it's safe to say it's like definitely a higher dimension, right? It literally says it's a separate space. And Zeno plays with universes.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, I mean, you could I'll say definitely like 7, 8D maybe, possibly. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
I'd say 7D for the simple fact of like keeping it simple. Like the multiverse is considered like a finite substance. Like it's infinite 6D is like literally finite to Zeno's world and a game to them. So 7D is like obvious in terms of like where it sits in the cosmology.
Yeah.
But like it seems like it's infinite. Like if Zeno sits in that level, it's clear the world is like infinite 7D, and it's got to be 7D at least. So I feel like in that example, there's plenty of evidence to support. Let me see here. Yeah. Yeah, 70 is definitely more logical. Let me see. I gotta go back to me and Andre. Me and Andre was talking on like Thanksgiving. I forgot.
I was trying to search for that other scan of how they actually created the CGI dimension using mathematics.
Yep, it had to say using higher dimensional mathematics. Let's see here. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Got it. Boop. There it is. Planets floating in a space. So look at, they consider them macrocosms, basically planets, bro. Come on. Oh, bro. I know the actual definition is worlds or wakuse or world. Wakuse is planet, but world is sekai. Well, planets floating in space different. No, sorry. Planets floating in a space different from the 12 universes. It takes 2 days to travel to this location from the 7th universe. Goku can teleport here instantly with the button given to him by the Omni King. If it's a different space, I mean, come on. They're literally just toys to them. So it's clearly 7D. And it's not just regular 7D. It's like it's clearly.
Yeah.
So yeah. That being said, wait, here's Zeno world. Actually, let me create something else that says it. All right. Zeno world. All right, let's see here, and we're gonna paint this to be this color. Zeno world. V jump. Yeah, that's V jump for sure. V jump Chronicles. I think it is. Page 274. All right, let's go back. All right, so if we go to V jump, V jump Chronicles, I think it's called. Yeah, this is definitely V jump. V jump. Yeah, it's definitely V jump. So we're gonna put V. I believe it's V jump 2022. V jump 2022.
I just shared more stuff in the chat.
Sources. Yeah, look at us making this live stream. Like, this is so awesome. Yeah, it's definitely V jump. I see it here. I actually can pull up the official website. I just gotta watch out for ads. Yeah, here it is. All right, no crazy ads, right? All right, good. I don't want no Japanese girls popping up saying, "Hey, senpai." Yeah, nah, chill. All right. Yep. Yeah, so pretty reliable source. Cool. We actually got evidence because we know it's from a V-Jump guy because you can see right here. So Dragon Ball Super, V-Jump, and the Angels of the 12 Universes. Pretty good. I don't know the exact title of the Z-Jump, which I'm going to try to obtain. But I definitely know it's definitely part of it because it wasn't a fake scan. Somebody did provide the actual raw, but it's, again, you gotta... I think, is it this one? Maybe it's this V-Jump? V-Jump January 2023? When did Andre share that with me? 2023. Yeah, it might be V-Jump of 2023. Yeah, it actually might be V-Jump of 2023. Well, that's a promotional card, but let me see here. V-Jump Dragon Ball 12 Universes. Supersize October edition. I think it is the October edition. Let's see here. Yeah, nothing from the V-Jump I'm getting on any fandom wikis or something that would give me the primary source. But I believe the official Dragon Ball website that I'm on right now. Right here. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Let's jump to V Jump. Let's see all the V Jumps that were released. Yep, and that's April. Look at Atari doing his research, right, guys? As the people just think we just like come up with stuff and we don't actually research it.
Yeah, we're just pulling stuff out of our butts, apparently, to people.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's October 2023. That's in March. Here we go. January 2nd. Feature V Jump. That's One Piece. Yeah. So the V Jump guide. So it definitely would be the Jam Pack. It would be between the Jam Pack and the other variants. No, not this one. Anything before. It can't be anywhere after that date in January because the way it was published. But yeah, pretty cool. Good to know. So yeah, it's definitely from the V Jump source. Maybe it came from the other one with the super card right here. Let's see here. Yeah, we just need to find that one that gives the actual data on it. But I think we'll eventually find it. And if not, I'll just edit the list because I don't want to take too long on trying to just find one singular source that I know is legitimate. But as long as you know it's in a V Jump of 274 pages, I think it's good enough to say. But I think it would be... I think it's good to say V Jump to page 224. I'd say between 2020... I'm going to say 2023 to be safe. Because it definitely was a more recent scan. And yeah, that should be fine. Now, with that being said, outside of the Zeno world, we only have like 2 more worlds we can go with right now. Which we're going to go into right now. Again, the idea of this whole list is to be as objective as possible. We're going to be right now. And then next, we're going to go here. Zeno World is big, but we don't know how big it is. We don't know the Angel Realm. We're not going to include it there because we have no idea how big it is.
Yeah, it'd be headcanon if we did.
Exactly. 8D. You might be saying, wait, how'd you get to 8D so fast? Well, I'll tell you how. Here it is. Here it is right here. Time ring. Now, most people are like, oh, what evidence do you have on a time ring? Well, it's chapter 16. Sources. EBS, chapter 16. And then Common Sense contain, and then we're going to say here, extra, contains everything below as a singularity. Higher timeline. So there's that. So then we just gotta lessen these. Low as a singularity, higher timeline. So time ring, I mean, you know, is a time ring. I don't even know what image to use. You know what we can do? What can we do, guys, about the time ring? Here's what we're gonna do. I've got a good image. Here we go. Check this out. There we go. Roz, if you see the stream, you're gonna love this image.
All right, I'm looking.
Look at that. Look how crazy that looks.
Oh, okay. I see you.
Time ring. 8D. Ain't no arguing that. So this 8th dimensional time ring. And I think this is a solid level of scaling. Because the thing is, the time ring, I mean, it contains everything below. Like, so everything has a piece of evidence within it. So the time ring is not something the series stated, but rather something that's axiomatic. What's axiomatic mean? It means self-evident. So it's self-evident that the timeline is actually, contained within. It's on its own. It's like, well, the fact that it exists that high up is really impressive. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Let's get a little bit more of this type of greenish. Until we get to the 9D space, which is going to be, yeah, All right, let's do this. So let's see this. Cool. All right. Now going back to what I was at for the blocks. Let's just do this. All right. So this one is going to be gold. And the reason why it's going to be gold is because, again, with this space
Have you
between
shared this scan?
space between
Another scan.
space between timelines, or put subspace of timelines. The subspace of the timeline. So this is going to sit here with a nice golden look to it. Actually, I think I should do this. Let's golden. Should it be golden? Subspace of timelines. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put 9D. Yeah, pretty clear. Clearly 9D. Andre sent something.
Yeah, he sent two or three things.
If you give the software information about the atmosphere like this, the software will create a CGI world that says something about this. Seeing that we also are surprised it looks like this. I express different dimensions in mathematical formulas and make them 3D. I'm developing further method I use and understand it works, but I still don't know. Speaking of Dragon Ball, a powerful, intense battle emerged. Never seen a CGI. This time we asked Mr. Yuji, who created the superdimensional images with CG, and talked about. Oh. So I can put Mr. Yuji and Yuko. So let's just. Good. That's going to provide more sources for this. Mr. Yuji Yoku, Mr. Kai Makino, and Mr. Fukunaga. And Mr. Takoyo Fukunawa. Yep. Great. So now we literally have names. Subspace of timelines. I mean, I mean, bruh, it's like that's clear as hell. I think it's 47. He goes back to the future.
I think it is.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's see. Let's go to YouTube real quick. Type in episode super. Yeah. Yep, because they travel in between the space between timelines in that episode, so I could still use that. Whatever. We could use that. Episodes. God dang it. Episode. Come on. The hell is wrong with this program? Episode 67 of DBS. So what do you say? Sources. Yeah. And everyone knows the space between universes is infinite. It's like, how do we know the timeline? Like, because it's temporal. You're talking about space versus a temporal structure. The time ring represents the temporal structure, but the space between it is space. It's not part of it because you're talking about temporal versus spatial. That's actually why I put it for yellow, because I'm going to try to represent it that it's spatial. Yep. Oh yeah, thanks, Andre. Changing the frequency of the dimensional transporter will allow us to jump into a parallel world. Yep. When you're talking about frequency, you're talking about vibrations. And then we have the image of Gowasu here, which shows there's not just one. There's an infinite number of them. So, so then we get into the final piece of the project. A lot of people are gonna not like this scan, but
Who cares? I don't.
True. So this is the ensemble of time. The ensemble of creation. Infinite timelines via Futamase plus many worlds theory. All right. This is going to be for that. Many worlds theory does not go under the same as Hendrix, the other theory of, as most people like to use, Hilbert space, which I get it, but we're not going to use Hilbert space for this type of scaling. What's that pink space when Zeno erases something? It's called, I want to call it the nothingness. Now, obviously, there's the world of void, which I should have included earlier, but
It happens. You didn't really think about it at that point.
I mean, yeah, we're trying to get to like the main meat and bones. World of Void doesn't even have a. The only thing, actually, no, the World of Void is good. We can actually put the World of Void here because the Grand Priest knows how strong they are. Yet he didn't believe they had enough power to destroy the World of Void, despite that Zamasu traveled over. So the World of Void is over the time ring in a way. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Like durability wise, because it was under his impression, like no matter how strong you guys think you are, you can't destroy the World of Void. So the world, yeah. And it has no space and time, so you can't argue it's not part of the multiverse timeline. So you might, hold on, I might be able to get away with something here. The ensemble of creation. There was that pink space that Zeno destroyed, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't really express it in any other way besides just like putting something like this there. The ensemble of creation.
Well, I only got this one scan for the World Void.
Yeah, I don't think the World of Void is part of the actual timeline. Like, I think it's like one of the most durable realms in a lot of fiction. You know what I mean?
It is.
The ensemble of creation. Ensemble of creation. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a slight pinkish. Because of that. There we go. But I won't rank the World of Void any higher. I'll just put it like, obviously I'm going to put the image to be black right here on the blocks. All right, let's see here. World of Void. I know people are like, why do you put it there? I'm like, because with the way the anime talked about it. How can you beat Zamasu? And Zamasu, even in the manga, Zamasu threatens all the worlds. Yet they're like, nah, there's nothing you can do to destroy this World of Void. Of course, Retro. Where have you been? Sources. What episode that we learned about the World of Void? Because Beer says it's because people said let's go here. All right, let's exit all these out. Let's exit all these out. Let's go here. World of Void.
Honestly, I can't remember.
It made a debut. Hold on.
Like, I know it was like after the Goku Black arc. It was like in the lead up to the Tournament of Power.
Yeah.
I just don't remember when.
Yeah. Yeah. It's outside the multiverse. There's no time or space, so I'm just trying to remember what episode. What episode was it?
Do a quick Google search.
Um, '96. Cool. Episode 96. Now let's see here. Right. Now let's look at Andre scans real quick.
Yeah, he sent quite a few.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, I've looked at the other ones. Like, look at that. That is cool. That's good information. So clearly from the information we're picking up, there's like a lot of evidence that Dragon Ball has these things. World of Void, I mean, I don't know where you're gonna. I don't even know where you're gonna even put the World of Void. You know what I mean? And
Somewhere.
it is a world without time or space, infinite nothingness. I know somebody said that's not what Beerus actually said. So actually, let's look at that for a moment. Let's talk about the World of Void real quick. Upon inspecting the Japanese translation, the kanji element, the bold. Here it is. Here it is. Let's take a look at this. This is a good site. Somebody broke this down and said, the World of Void. This seems a translation issue. This seems all fine and dandy unless you listen to the Japanese statement of Beerus and check the Japanese raws of Beerus' statement, which seems to convey a different meaning and understanding. No, it doesn't. Roz, you know about me translating etymology all the time, right?
Yep.
Yep.
We talk about it.
All the time. Check this out. The place where it is held is the realm of void, Grand Prix says. Goku, realm of void. Okay. Beerus says, a world without time and space, filled with only eternity and emptiness. The realm of void, just as its name, since there is nothing in there, you can fight to your heart's content without worrying anything. Upon inspecting the Japanese translation, the kanji ian is used, which is bolden in Japanese raw translation, as opposed to mugen, when formerly means eternity and latter means infinity. The meaning of the kanji ian can be seen here, which clearly refers to eternity. Going to a jisho? Yep. So, as you could see, the kanji mugen was never used in the Japanese raw statement of Beerus to begin with, and that kanji here, okay, was used instead, which is solidly proving the fact that infinity was never mentioned to begin. Hence, the translation of the World of Void being filled with infinite nothingness is a mistranslation. Granted, the way Beerus' statement is worded doesn't make too much sense, since the World of Void contains eternity. Doesn't make sense because eternity is the measure of time being endless, not some matter which can be contained by the World of Void. So if you want to make sense out of it, the most you could say is the World of Void contains emptiness which remains forever. Either way, it's pretty clear the World of Void is in fact not infinite in size and just contains emptiness. So here's the problem with this entire part. All right, the translation from the fans don't matter. The official translations of the World of Void is infinite in size and takes precedence over the fan. Official translation is actually more reliable than those fan translations because other language dubs and English fans, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Okay, so this is, so they go into the definition. Infinity, the state of being, quality of being infinite. Eternity, infinite or unending time. So it's pretty blatant that infinity and eternity don't have the same meaning. Huh? Wait, what's that mean, Roz, where homeboy goes, huh? Huh? Did you just say bro, the problem with these articles is they don't actually read their own information. How many people are in chat right now? I hope there's people in chat to at least see this stuff. Let's go, baby. All right, chat. Take a look. Infinity. Roz, you ready? Let's read it together, brother. The state or quality of being infinite, which is synonyms: endless, infinitude, infiniteness, boundlessness, limitless. Mathematics, a number greater than any assignable quantity or countable number, using the symbol that we see here. You know, the snake eating its tail, which was used in ancient Egypt to represent the same meaning. Now, eternity, infinite or unending time, ever and all time, or in perpetuity. Roz, what does perpetual mean?
Perpetual?
Yeah. You know, like, oh, he's perpetual, like perpetuity. Like a state in which time has no application or timelessness. Theology, endless life after death. So the definitions are different, but the actual meaning of them are similar. Because the only difference is one is talking about a quantity, a cardinal quantity. Infinity is just a very blatant term of cardinal quantity. However, eternity is a different expression of infinity expressed through time. Because when you say eternity, you're specifically talking about a duration rather than an actual quantifiable number or a cardinal number. Right or wrong?
What was that? Repeat that?
Infinity is talking about a cardinal number, like a quantity of something of some sorts, like an infinite number mathematically. Like in general, oh, there's an infinite number of something. There is infinite something. It's very blanket. Whereas eternity is specifically talking about a duration of something. How much time it is. He's been here for an eternity. That's the idea. So based on that, what would you say?
Honestly, I can't really disagree with that. I mean, but then again, eternity in itself, I mean, depending on how you look at it, is its own form of infinity.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, it's still what? It's still
infinite.
Yeah, it's like you're just talking about something else that's infinite. So like, are you saying infinite? You're saying a world of void is infinite 4D, but it doesn't no. And time doesn't always mean, and eternity doesn't always mean something has time. Let's take a closer look at it. Let's look at the definition. Eternity, duration or continuance without beginning or end.
Yeah, pretty much infinite. Without all right saying infinite.
Let me read this again. Duration or continuance without beginning or end. By repeating the idea of any length of duration with endless addition of number, we come by the idea of eternity. In other words, when you add infinite time or infinite to any equation of something, rather it be the beginning or the end, it constitutes as eternity, because eternity is its form of infinity regarding time.
Yep.
How bro, I'm about to turn into a comic Vine user. Like literally.
Please don't.
Eternity. Bro. I'm sorry, bro. Wukong ISIS. It's called All Fiction Battle Fandom. I used it because they actually are right. That is what Bira said. Oh, of course. It's a versus battle site of its own accord. Of course they don't make sense of their own statement. Eternity versus infinity. In a post by... So let's see. So they said, for more details on the difference between eternity, infinity, and eternity, you could check this link below. All right, so first and foremost, let's just get something straight here. I went to college. I sound like Plankton right now. I went to... Right. Yeah, I went to college, right? And the idea is, in college, they teach you how to research things properly. A lot of people don't actually know how to research sources and information to obtain and gather them together. This guy gives us an article written in 2012 about the definition of eternity and infinity. All right. Eternity and infinity are concepts that are taught to us in school, but we rarely pay attention to them and understand their differences. While infinity is something that cannot be expressed or measured in units, or measurement, eternity is something that is present at all times, something that has no end or beginning. If you have no beginning, Roz, can I measure you if you have no beginning or end?
Nope.
Who the hell wrote this article? That's what I tell people. Like, just because there's an article that sounds professional, is written professionally in some form of MLA or SLA format, doesn't mean it actually is. However, despite there being many similarities in the two concepts, there are still differences that need to be highlighted and enable the readers to differentiate the difference between these concepts and use them correctly. That is true. They are so it literally admits they're similar. Okay, good. Maybe I'm jumping the gun, but anyway. Sometimes eternity, something that is forever, is said to be for eternal. The concept is temporal and a nature which applies to moral or the right concepts that are believed to be timeless, such as honesty and integrity. The concept of soul exemplifies an eternity where death signifies an end of the journey for the physical body of a man. Religion tries to emphasize upon good deeds, etc., and live. Thus, it becomes clear that eternity refers to timelessness or forever, depending on the angle in which the angle one chooses to look at the concept. The concept of God as a creator of the universe is for eternity. This means that it is a timeless concept. The universal symbol of eternity is a snake trying to swallow its own tail. The Ouroboros circle is sometimes something used as a symbol of eternity. Yes, that same circle that they made back in ancient Egypt is the same symbol they use for what, Roz? To also represent not eternity, but infinity. My bad. I kind of caught you off guard with that, but like,
yeah,
it's like infinity. Like, you know how like the snake eats its own tail in Egyptianology?
It's a pretty much a constant cycle, essentially.
Yeah.
With
Nothing, something that never ends is in, like, people say, oh, infinity is a concept or a quantity that can never be reached. I'm like, yeah, it's the highest of highest, meaning it has infinity. And when you really break down infinity, infinity has no end. That's why infinity and eternity are very synonymous from its actual core definition. Who would have figured? When something is in a quantity that cannot be counted or measured. You can't count eternity, you can't measure it either. The Bible literally has scriptures on, can you measure out eternity? Like, it literally is in ecclesiastical books, bro. Anyway, it is believed to be infinity. Anything that has no limits is obviously infinite in nature. Infinity is a concept that is used frequently in the subjects of math and physics to refer to a number that is not real, and if one tries to create a set of real numbers, he fails miserably, as the real numbers go on and on, for an infinity maketh such a set too large, and possibly at all. Ancient Indian math called Vedic math says that taking something off infinity or adding something infinity does not change infinity at all. It remains infinity in both situations. Though the concept of infinity has been there since ancient times, it is a symbol was introduced to the world by John Wallis in the year of 1655. I disagree with that because technically the Ouroboros was also a form of infinity represented back in the day when they said something would never end. So when you take something away from infinity, it was like, okay, but that does not reach the end. You can go on forever. In fact, one of the ancient books of Enoch actually has the concept, literally the term infinity in the Hebrew expression, which is never ending, in the same way, or the same expression when they talk about the realm of God and God's glory. Or what about the same scripture in the prayer of Manasseh when it says, O Lord, almighty God of our fathers, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who has bound the sea by the ornament thereof, who has shut up the deep and sealed it by thy terrible and glorious name. It literally goes to say, and of thy infinite mercies, which is unmeasurable and unsearchable. Let's pull it up. You know, people think I'm capping, bro. Oh, I know you probably believe me, Roz, but like, prayer of Manasseh. Let's go to the KJV, 1611, the Apocrypha, where it says here, they're not even turning this to a religious class. We're just saying, since you want to talk about religion not mentioning infinity, it literally says, I am not worthy to behold and see the height of heaven for the multitude of my iniquities. I am bound down with many iron bands. Let's see here where it says here. Yes, right here. Thou, O Lord. Now, here's the thing. Look at this article. Though the concept of infinity has been there since ancient times, its symbol was introduced, to the world by John Wallis in the year. Okay, my bad. I misread it. He said the symbol. Okay, that makes sense. But the symbol was still based on the Ouroboros.
That's all right. Andre just sent you something interesting in the chat.
Sure. Hold on one comment. Atari, did you go into the depths on why containers of infinite realms have to be higher dimensional in the stream? Yes, I did, SR, because the idea still stands by what I said earlier. If you have something that is like this is a 3D object. It's in this room. Everything here is 3D. This room contains me. It's not infinite. But what happens if this is infinite? So let's say this object was infinite now. If this object is infinite, and then you get pretext that this room contains it as if it was finite, the room itself has to be a higher dimension. You can't contain because otherwise, then it would just be part of the greater infinity. It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. You can't have an infinity that says, "Oh, well, I'm infinite. I'm infinite in size, and then I'm contained by something." You're infinite. What are you contained by? You can't be contained by something if you're infinite. Just think about it logically. Grab a ball. Imagine this ball is infinite. But imagine you step outside. You go one orthogonal dimension outside. You go 90 degrees outside and you're looking from down. You're like, hey, that ball is contained by this. That red ball earlier I thought that red ball earlier was infinite, but I'm looking outside and there's this giant blue ball. The blue ball contains that red ball, but this blue ball reaches out to a different level of space. In fact, this blue ball is separating every other infinite red ball from connecting within each other. How can you stop several different infinities from colliding within each other? You get what I'm coming at with this? And that's why they always say in the versus battle, even included in many other forms, you can't really quantify the space between universes. It's too complex. If you have one universe 1 is infinite, universe 2 is infinite, what's in between universe 1 and 2 that's stopping them from colliding? Because infinities would naturally mold. Like, for example, Roz, if I have infinite red squares and you have infinite blue squares and we throw them in the same bin together, they're still the number hasn't necessarily changed because there's still infinite red and blue now, right?
Yeah.
But like, what if the properties of them were different? Like, what if I threw an infinite space and you threw an infinite time? Now we're doing something a little bit more different, right?
I mean, we just essentially created an infinite space-time, if you want to be technical.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's why space and time are separate measurements, aka separate dimensions. You have a temporal dimension, which is called time, a temporal measurement, a measurement based upon time. Then you have space, an infinite space, which is measurement based upon dimension, space, length, width, and depth. And depending on if you're going for other geometrical shapes, it can even ascend higher. So the idea doesn't really change there. The idea stays the same. You have two different types of measurements you're messing with. The idea that I'm getting at is when you're talking about dimensional constructs, such as an infinite size world that's contained or being separated from and even a world that contains it. How is this world containing it separating them? What is not allowing? Do you know what allows this pen and these two not to collide? You can argue gravity, you can argue surface level, you can argue the space, the fabric of space is not letting these two stay intact at all times. But the real reason is similar outside of the universe, theoretically, of course. That outside of the universe, theoretically, it's like, okay, well, do you have this, and then you have this, and what's separating them? Space? Well, this is 3D and this is 3D. Yeah, but they're not infinite. So this example doesn't really work the same. Now imagine if this was infinite and this was infinite. They would just combine and make infinity. Because infinity plus infinity, infinity times infinity, infinity to the power of infinity is just infinity. Nothing changes. But what if you separated the two?
Infinity, essentially.
Yeah. But what if there was a space that was infinitely larger than these two that can keep them from messing or colliding with each other? What is keeping these from connecting with each other if there's a space between it? That means the space between these two worlds doesn't have to be infinite, but the space between these two infinite worlds that's not allowing them to connect has to be a different space. You can't take a different 3D space and just separate two objects. That gets into a lot of other different theories that gets way too convoluted. Then we have to argue Occam's razor, and then we'll just be going back and forth. We'll never come to a conclusion.
But I'd be satisfied with it in the end.
Exactly. So generally speaking, that's why, you know what I mean? But yeah. Anyway, that's the point. I understand your argument, Atari, but how would someone prove that in a debate, especially since most people have no idea about that? That's why SR Nova, that's just ad ignorantium. It's just somebody doesn't know something, then that's not your problem. It's like, all right, well, you don't know about spatial dimensions, so why are you talking to me about it? If you don't know about it, then how are you going to deny what I'm bringing forth as evidence? If you don't understand it, that's your problem. That's why it also leads into Sarah Z. Roz, remember Sarah Z? We talked about her back when we was in Debate Kotsky. How
Yeah, I remember.
yeah, she literally goes over, like, for example, Ben Shapiro, when he had that one argument with that lady and said being transgender doesn't actually lead to most suicides. Sarah Z said, I went to the same article Ben brought up, and the same article contradicts what he said. But these are college students. They're not good at debating. If you sound like you know what you're talking about, you can win a debate even though you're wrong. So even if you know what you're talking about and you lose a debate, or you know what you're talking about and you can't present it in a way in a debate, you may still lose the debate, but that doesn't mean you're objectively wrong. That's the whole video about it. In fact, type in "why debating sucks" from Sarah Z and just put in the comments, Atari brought me here.
Why debating sucks?
Yeah. Winning doesn't equal right or wrong. Exactly, Retro. Some people argue, they're atheists all the time who don't know anything about scripture, and they'll argue that the Bible promotes the R word. We can't say it because we know how YouTube is very sensitive about that word, but the RAP, the grapes. You can't, you basically that. Like, they say the Bible promotes that. You actually read the exact scripture, it's like, no, it doesn't. But how many of them understand that? It's the same thing when people were like, well, the Bible wasn't written in this language. It was written in, and like that one little video, that red pill video, Roz, we saw, the lady was like, oh, but the Bible's technically written in Latin. And the guy's like, no, it was Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic. And then I'm over here like, no, it wasn't. It was just Hebrew and Greek. Aramaic became a compound language because it was more of a dialect closely related to Hebrew, which later on became into Chaldean Aramaic, and then Syriac Aramaic, and then became Arabic. Then the Greek obviously later became Latin. And for those people who don't understand, when paganism and Christianity mixed in 400 AD, when Constantine and the Council of Nicaea, which is why a lot of Christians do, which is why some modern Christians do certain paganistic origin holidays rather than Hebrew holy holidays in scripture. The reason why some of these things happen is because the Council of Nicaea. Guess who wrote a Bible before that even happened? That was translated straight to Latin. What's his name? Saint Jerome. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, okay. Gee, so it still goes back to the same thing. Just because you can't present your argument properly doesn't mean you're always wrong. So my thing to you, SR Nova, is who are you talking to or who are you debating to where you have to prove that? That's why I don't debate no more. Because some of the stuff I know, a lot of people don't. So I present it on YouTube and teach and engage my audience. And then we explore together and grow to learn. Roz and I were terrible at dimensional tiering probably back in 2016. But hey, we learned real fast. And we kept studying it. I mean, why do you think a lot of the other power skills never really go into it? Because they don't really understand it that well. Even Versus Battle Wiki contradicts themselves because they're not willing to make it flexible. If you want dimensional tiering to work, you have to allow it to be a flexible system. Before it worked well, it's just, all right, good. Now let's get into case by case and see what quantifies as that. Oh, it's beyond space and time. Okay, by what pretext? Space and time as in it's beyond 4D and 3D? So it's 5D? That's all I can give you. I'm not giving you out a versal title if you don't prove a lot more than that. You know what I mean? Back to this. What's the difference between it? Eternity is a concept that is temporal in nature and applies to things that are timeless. Great. Infinity is a concept that applies to things that cannot be counted or measured. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Temporality is still the same thing because eternity is just a form of time. Actually, let's go back to the prayer, by the way. Infinity is not a new concept. And of thine infinite mercies has appointed repentance unto sinners that they may be saved. But look it, for the majesty of thy glory cannot be borne, and thine angry threatening towards sinners is importable, but thy merciful promise is unmeasurable and unsearchable. For thou art the most high of great compassion. So wait, is this literally telling us God's merciful promise is something immeasurable? Infinity is used several times in the scripture to describe God's glory and his wonders, his promise, his mercies, his love. So, you know, the infinity can be applied to many topics. Endlessness, myriad, boundlessness, ongoing, forever. I mean, well, not ongoing, but forever. Well, eternity is more so the proper term. What's another word? Trying to think. And that is like limitless, right? Limitless. You could keep going. So this is a good article. I'm not going to knock it. It was written by admin. What the hell is admin? Okay, admin. Well, admin. I don't know who you are, but good job. Sources coming from engineering, CUM, human resources development background, has over 10 years experience in content development and management. Okay, pretty cool. Where's the sources? I don't know. Whatever. This guy, Stewart, says something interesting. Eternal weight erases the concept of time. Infinite erases the concept of boundaries. Whatever is eternal cannot be measured by time, but it can be measured by distance and space. Whatever is infinite is also eternal and also has no limits in space or distance. In a weird way, that kind of is true, but essentially the bottom line is, let's get to the bottom line, the meat and bones. The World of Void clearly is the World of Void for Dragon Ball, this isn't a debunk. I think this is an attempt to debunk, but it's not a successful debunk. I think the World of Void is, just because Beerus said, oh, it's eternal in emptiness. Okay, so it's completely empty and it has no time whatsoever. And emptiness in context means it's empty of space, because it's voided of something. Cool beans. Doesn't contradict anything in the nature of the story. So now what? And it's like, oh, but it's not infinite. I'm like, bro, but if it's eternal, eternity is a measure, is infinite time. Continuous without beginning or end. With the endlessness additional of number, we come to the idea of eternity. Literally, they use the concept of infinity to get to the concept of eternity. Who inhabits eternity. It literally goes to Isaiah 57 and 15. Bro, the point I'm trying to make is, it's very clear. The World of Void, Roz, do I need to beat it with a dead horse? You know what I mean?
Probably, because there are probably going to be people who come on here later who are still going to try and quote-unquote debunk you about it.
Even though there's nothing, what the hell are you debunking, bro? You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell are you debunking at this point? I'm a very reasonable guy, I would like to believe I'm a reasonable guy. I mean, I'll let you vouch for that, Roz, because I don't want to have bias, but I would like to think that I'm a reasonable, nice guy who hears people out. But I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to say it on this stream, and I'm going to make it very clear. This is the most accurate scaling I believe Dragon Ball can fall under. If you guys stayed in the stream the whole time, you've been part of the journey, so you understand these aren't things I'm just making up because I'm just trying to be a jerk. These are actual truths, actual measurements. You know what I mean? I think it speaks for itself. There's nothing more else I can say about it that really needs to go crazy. That being said, we're about to kick things off and end stream real soon. But I think that being said, I think this is definitely a very, I think what I've presented here today is a stronger argument than what most do. But again, Goku, let me just be honest with you guys. Goku is, for all intents and purposes, and to be respectful, and I want to say this in a respectful way, Goku, Goku's not outerversal whatsoever. He's not even close to it. I mean, I sat here with you and went over every piece of evidence that we could go over and went over all the information. We went over statements. Pretty much every image on here has a source that you can date back or track to find out why are these statements valid. And this is going to be a more mid-end Dragon Ball scale that works for the manga and the anime. Now, technically, I could get this to hyperversal, really. If I just assume the neutral zone is 7D after all, right? and I consider the super dimension separate from the cardinal universe, which is technically 7D, you know, I can get like, let's see, 8D, 9D, 10D, 11D, 12D. Yeah, I can get it to hyperversal. I can get the series to low hyper. I just don't think that's realistic. Speaking from how the series is. I mean, technically, yeah, because many worlds interpretation, but I don't think there's really any need to go any further for what has not been proven yet. Let's wait. Let's see the world. Let's see the angel world. Let's see what they have to bring us. Until then, let's keep everything cool, realistic, logical, and just continue growing. What I'm going to do here, though, all right, so let's see here. We got the Afterlife, and then we got we got to go purple. Yep, and then we're gonna go black. Yep, and then here we're gonna Yep. So anyway, Andre, Roz, I don't know if you guys are still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, like what are the final conclusive thoughts on the idea that we were presenting, right? What would you say that is?
Honestly, I think it works. Like, generally works out because you used pretty much all the sources that you had available to you. You double checked and made sure that everything was thorough and everything was accurate. You constantly checked the chat, which Andre kept sharing stuff with us. Which I don't know if you saw what he shared, like about 20 minutes ago, because you were kind of like talking when he sent it. So I don't know if you saw it, but there is more stuff in the chat. But yeah, you've been thorough. I don't really have any complaints or anything of that sort on my end, at least.
Thank you. I'm gonna just look at the chat real quick, guys. Give me a minute. I just want to confirm this. All right, and purple that out. Get that nice and red. And then I'm gonna try to blend these together. Yep, and then just do that. Oh. Yeah. So you got the multiverse, the macrocosm. I'm gonna put one here that says outside the multiverse. All right. Outside the multiverse. Outside the multiverse. Then I think the last one is outside of time. That's a good one, right?
I think it's a good one, yeah.
Yeah. So look, this is pretty much it. Thanks, man. Zero Grand Prix. Victory is high complex multiverse. Atari can survive Zeno's time erasure if he skips to the part Zeno destroys it. No, probably not. Because Zeno bypasses time, retro. Because Zamasu became beyond time, and he still got caught. I get what you're saying, though, but it wouldn't really work as much as we'd like to theorize it that way. Oh, yeah, definitely a long stream. But hey. Yep. Yeah, let's get it. Look at that. Looking good. All right. Perfect. All right. So yeah, we're gonna stop very soon. I just need to do one more thing with this line measurement. Yeah, let's get this line here. Yep. And then I'm going to change it to yellow. Yep. And then we're going to change that to black. We're going to change that to blue. Then we're going to change that to baby blue. All right. Yep. All right, then we change that to purple. Yep, and then this to green. Yep, and this to yellow. And let's add this white line to all of it. Let's put it below everything else. Yep, I'm gonna put it below all of this. All this, all this, all this, and most of these things over here. All right, and then we're going to take a majority of this for these layers, and we're going to yeah. All right, now I'm just gonna undo this so I can save it like that, and then I'll just say Dragon Ball Cosmology. With sources. All right, and then we're gonna put by Atari HMB. All right, and then we're gonna just rasterize this real quick. Then put another layer on it and do that. Yeah. All right. I think that's solid. I think that's really good. Last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this white here and I'm going to express it here. Yeah, there we have it. World of Void can't be extra dimensional. That would make Krillin 7D. Damn, you still going, my guy. Oh, yeah, Shoe Flow. Absolutely. It's Atari HMB here. Yeah. All right. Overall, I mean, this stream has been going for 6 hours, I think, because we had a stream prior to this, right? That crashed. Yeah. But overall, let's go ahead and view this source of information. Let's go ahead and take a look together. All right. So it says here, 3D, observable universe infinitely expanding, demon world. Then there's the, see, I'm glad I didn't finish the publishing of this. The living world, there we go. Set that straight. Living world, infinite space. Sources, there we go. DBZ episode 8, 1989, Daisenshu 4, 19 and 44, Toyotaro, and episode 129. Extra, according to Frieza, there are more than one room of space and times. Dead Zone, Daizenshu 6, page 50, movie 1, and Other World, which is Daizenshu 4, page 18, Koyama, 1998, PT Databooks, plus Daizenshu, page 175. Transcends every dimension below and contains extra dimensions, plus has no time. Orbits outside the universe, which is the Kaioshin realm. Very simple. 6D, Superdimensional Light, CBS Broly movie plus Mr. Yu. Yep. Cardinal Universes, visual novel. Yep. The Neutral Zone, 6D plus, contains, and then there's Zeno World, which sources the V jump that it's a higher dimension. Time Ring contains everything below as a singularity in higher timeline. World of Void, episode 96, clearly because it's more durable than a Time Ring, because despite how strong they were, they couldn't destroy it, and they were going all out. So then there's subspace of timelines, the subspace of timelines, like the space between the universes, which is Brown, episode 67 of DBS, and outside of time, the ensemble of creation. Infinite timelines via Fudamase plus mini worlds theory. It's 10D. It has everything in between and everything of. So very clearly that is a 10th dimensional resource of Dragon Ball. Consistently, Dragon Ball is at least 10th. So most characters, and you might be saying, what about manga characters? Well, manga Goku is objectively 6th dimensional because he does scale beyond the super dimension of lights that he fought Broly in. So there you have it. If we're using anime, Goku is at least 9D plus, casually. I personally think he's higher than that in some regards, but to keep it as consistent and mid-level as possible with as much evidence as possible, I think this is a fair game. I think this is a fair shot on where they should scale.
Yeah, I think it works.
Yeah. And I didn't even include the extra dimension in the Afterlife that is literally stated to exist, like the other world that they had. And because there's a lot of in-between evidence that goes in this, because there's other worlds, Whis' staff, and much more. But this is just like a basic. This is basic. This is a very... So watch this. Here's what I'm put. Here's what I'm going to put here. Do that. Do that. Boom. There we go. Now I'm going to save this image. And this is going to be the most subjective one we have. There might be. Depends on how much further we get, but I think that this will stand for where it is. A lot of people stuck through on this stream, surprisingly. Like, the view count has not really dropped at all, so that's really good. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed long streams like this, and generally speaking, make sure to hit the subscribe button, share this with your friends on TikTok or wherever they want to go. I don't go on TikTok. But whatever it may be the case, like, share this with your buddies, your friends, and such. And who knows, maybe they can come by. We can even talk about another series if possible. But Dragon Ball, I think this is something that they deserved. Definitely something that needed to be addressed. This is something that we have to address because there's been a lot of downplay and wanking that's going on at the same time. Saying they're not even beyond multiversal is criminal. But saying they're outerversal is, yeah, you know, that's death row right there. Nah, I'm playing. Like, oh, man. The people are be going crazy, man. Outerversal Goku is crazy. Like that.
Oh, God. Please don't get me started on that one.
He's layers into bandwidth.
Please,
oh my God, yeah. So, like, I think that this is solid. Keep in mind, guys, the worst part is, like, because me and Andre are talking about this, even if we do have them here, you got to factor in how casual they are about it. Because, like, Andre, to correct me if I'm wrong, if Zamasu is 9D, right, like mid 9D, arguably, like, or he's low 9D, he took over two 8th-dimensional worlds because he went in between the space between universes, right? Because he clearly is a 9th-dimensional being because he's occupying more than one space. So despite how big the timeline is, he's elapsed the entire time ring. If he could do that, and Jiren, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Vegeta Blue Evolution was much stronger than Infinite Zamasu, right?
Yes, he's much stronger. In fact, I think by the time of the near the end of the Tournament of the Power,
Yeah.
Goku was like freaking fighting off, heavily fatigued Jiren, and this heavily fatigued Jiren can like tank hits from 17, who could like match Blue Evolution.
Hmm. And if I recall, didn't Jiren's eyes glare away a final flash from Blue Evolution?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It just shows like how strong they've gotten since the Tournament of Power.
Yeah, so I mean, if you could do all of that, the fact that Jiren's eyes are still like, you look at this list, and you're like, oh man, Dragon Ball's no longer 11D or blah blah blah. Like who cares? Jiren glared away a ninth dimensional construct. When I look at like someone like the Anti-Spiral, I still don't think the Anti-Spiral's beating Jiren, and I mean that. I'll stick by that. It's like, oh, the Anti-Spiral's 10 to 11 dimensional. All right, and how casual is he? Because like they could be talking about dimensional. They're talking about dimensional membranes. However, they're speaking very scientifically about them. So other than the Giga Drill Breaker, all right, cool, and because I can argue Jiren almost hits that 10D threshold. Because it's stated many times in the Tournament of Power, they've gotten infinitely stronger.
I mean, like, imagine if, like, you being, like, hit with, like, an infinite amount of punches can just, like, each punch can, like, destroy, like, a high complex multiversal structure, and you're just launching an infinite amount of punches like that. Like, can this character even tank that?
That's what I'm saying. Power creeps are funny. Base Goku. Now I'm like, some people saying since Gurren Lagann runs on membrane theory where dimensions don't transcend each other, meaning Anti-Spiral is like 4D. Well, it's a little weird because Gurren Lagann does have parallel worlds, right? So it's a case by case. SR Nova, it's a case by case. Because look at KOF. King of Fighters also mentions membranes, but the difference is with them, they're ridiculous. Because now they don't have infinite timelines and infinite worlds. They have infinite junctions, which are connections between other timelines and spaces that aren't even connected. Yep. How? So you got infinite, and then you have guys who literally run at the edge of creation casually. Nakaruru has to fight these guys. Keep in mind, Nakaruru is casually traveling between time, and she returns to a higher plane of existence. So that means the timeline that she's leaving to is a timeline beyond 4D. Because the world she's in is 4D. The higher plane, she goes to rest and reside in a higher plane of existence, which is treated as spirituality. Kind of similar to back what we were saying. Spirituality is always higher dimension. Go on, Roz.
To add on top of that, Nakaru is just a straight up say to transcend time, and KO-15 pretty much confirms that she can travel beyond time and space.
Right.
Like straight up travel beyond time and space. And not only that, like what Atari's referencing. I mean, it straight up says it's a multiverse of like infinite possibilities, infinite that branch off of like infinite junctions, essentially. You have a verse who can manipulate it and create new infinite junctions and create these new possibilities and hold them within itself and all the other kinds of crazy stuff and can literally tear through dimensional membranes.
Hey, thank you, Retro, for the $2 donation. Send a drawing of Ellie on Discord. What you think?
It's crazy.
Definitely, Ross. I hear you. Oh, good scan, Andre. Let me just bring this to everyone's attention. Right here. Unleashing a power so powerful it can be felt in the other world. It can be felt in the world. Wait, this is a Daizenshu book. Yeah, this is Daizenshu. Unleashing a power so powerful that it can be felt in the other world of the Kaioshin at the end of the universe. Goku. Wow. That's impressive.
Website.
Oh, that's the website that said it. Haha.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even on the right scan. Yeah, this is the official Toei website. So Goku Super Saiyan 3 can be felt across the unit. So it adds up even more. When you hear about like Goku like scaling to Buhan, well maybe not, but when you hear about Goku and Kid Buu threatening like the universe and stuff or the Kaioshin realm, it like adds up because I mean if your power can be felt to the end of the universe, at the end of the macrocosm, that means Super Saiyan 3 Goku, manga-wise, because this is Kai, and it's correlated to the manga, and the conjunction, that means Goku's power can be felt to fifth-dimensional realms. I wouldn't say spirituality is always necessarily a high dimension. No, that's not what you're saying, SR Nova. I'm saying that it's very common. Like, Roz, back me up on this.
Yeah.
It's very common in Japanese games, cultures, and power scaling in general. Anything Japanese related that has to do with a higher afterlife, rather it's Shintoism or Yama Buddhism, typically is very commonly a higher dimension.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's name some examples. We got Nakaruru, which goes to their afterlife, which is a higher realm of reality, right? Because Xanadu literally verbatim says she's in a different time and space, a higher dimension, when she's literally and when she's in a spiritual world. She's in her spirit form. So there's that. Dragon Ball considers it a higher dimension. Number 3, Bastard definitely with Dark Schneider. They do that too, right? Pretty sure they do.
Yeah, I think they do it as well.
Yep, because the Adma, the Ida plane, the Buddhist plane, those are considered higher dimensions. That's not just them. The 4th, Tenchi Muyo, which a lot of people, the Kami Tenchi stuff, like that's actually when they talk about not just mathematics, but spirituality too. I don't think higher spatial dimension to be exact. There's got to be evidence for that first, like for DBZ Otherworld. Then there's this. And let me just correct something. SR Nova, nothing has to be always spatial, because spatial just refers to the physical aspect, space. Temporal refers to the temporal aspect, time. Right? And then you can have higher realities, which higher reality just means higher laws of physics. It includes everything. Higher laws of physics, higher different levels of truth. I went over this on my last stream, but like if you type in reality, it includes the truths of all of existence. So when characters say I'm in a higher reality, that reality has different rules, different functions, different laws of physics, different laws to abide by. Gravity doesn't even work the same. Gravity may not even exist. And they do the same thing in even Marvel when you go to the Dark World, which is confirmed 6-dimensional, which the Incredible Hulk almost destroyed. So there's that. But so yeah, you don't have to always be spatially higher. That's why I say it's a case by case thing, right? A lot of people think that just because you're this doesn't mean that. Like, no, it's case by case. It's always case by case. But let's continue. Magi with Sinbad in a spiritual realm, their spiritual realm is considered a higher dimension. Archie Sonic, their realm is considered a higher dimension, right? With the afterlife for them, where Knuckles was literally brought into the world of death, right?
Yep.
Even Bleach doesn't say they are, but they heavily imply they are, because Aizen says just as Soul Reapers can't be perceived by humans, my power is so much higher than a Soul Reaper they can't perceive me. It's Ichigo standing on a realm where even I can't perceive him. So it's still given the impression that it's of a different level of a world because it's spirituality. So they're still given that same level of impression. You know what I mean? Then there's Yu Yu Hakusho, where the space between universes is separated by akukan, which is literally subspace, which subspace is verbatimly a higher dimension of all regards. I literally went over this earlier in the stream. Yu Yu Hakusho had that space separates the living world, the demon world, and the afterlife underworld. So it's very common. And then there's Daizire, which their afterlife is also considered a form of a higher dimension. There's Umineko, which their afterlife is also considered a form of a higher dimension, outside just the witches themselves, but even beyond the witches, the place of where death doesn't exist or where people die and go to, considered a higher dimension. DC also considers its spirituality a higher dimension too. That's 11.
Yeah.
Damn, that's 11 pieces. That's 11. Annals Voldigold, same thing. Same thing. So again, yeah. Oh yeah, retro. I know what you're talking about. I see the scan. Also, that picture of Ellie is really, really, really good. I like the Japanese style. It looks very Japanese. It looks really, really cool. Very good. Very, very good. As far as the Night of 1,000 Sonics, I mean, I wouldn't take that super serious because remember, Sonic back then had slapstick in it. It's like the multiverse can't be like 148,000 next exit 148,000 light years. I mean, that doesn't really tell us that the realm itself is not infinite. It just simply tells us that the realm itself can't be to reach a universe in the cosmic. Yeah, but that could just mean that Sonic is in comparison, he's close enough to a universe to where it's only 148,000 for him to get to. You know what I mean? Who knows how long he's been traveling? Because time doesn't mean anything in that world because he's in a subspace. Because the cosmic interstate doesn't really abide by the same rules. You know what I mean? So yeah, I wouldn't say that really debunks anything, but in my opinion, at least. But overall, yeah, there we have the scan. Let's go ahead and exit out of that. All right. So in conclusion, we pretty much scanned all we can about the world, the cosmology, and all of that jazz. I'm not really tired at all. I woke up at 9 o'clock at night, so. But but I know a lot of you guys are, and I do need to get ready because I do plan on taking my wife to the beach. So we definitely are going to have a great day. But anyway, thanks for everyone who stopped by and the donations. Everyone, I really appreciate you. Roz, thank you again. Retro, thank you again. Stride, thank you. And many others such as RJ and
Yamcha.
Yamcha, the Dark 47, Dark Knight 47, and many more. Again, guys, if you always want to discuss these things with me, come to my stream. I'll talk to you about it. Like I said, I talk about this stuff all the time. And I know there's a lot of people saying, yeah, but like, what does that mean? You can't, like, if you say transcend dimensions, like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? So it's like, you got to look at it from that perspective. Like, let me read one of the, SR says, oh yeah, and in Zenshuu states God of destruction transcends dimensions. Yeah, they do. But that kind of lines up with what Koyama said, where he said he believes the gods live on the sixth dimension, the fifth or sixth dimension. But anyway, how would 3 spatial plus 6 temporal world look like, for example? I don't think anyone on YouTube has gone in depth regard to temporal dimensions. Well, that's because temporality is hard to really measure. I mean, like, again, like temporality is like, I mean, let's say Roz is here. This is like the present. Presence is based on perception. We're experiencing it. So let's just say this happened in 2023 at 5:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on May 21st of 2023 specifically, and this specific spot. Then let's say 0.0000000000000000000001 of a second, or basically an attosecond. An attosecond later, Roz doesn't register any movement, but one of his electrons moves slightly 2 nanometers to the left. Right? Not even nanometers, even lower, attometers, right? All right, cool. In the space between this and that, can I get smaller than an attosecond? Yes. So temporality kind of records all of this events happening like a film strip. So that's why they say when you destroy a timeline, you're destroying not just the line of time, but every event that happened that Roz's actions are doing, you destroy those as well, especially when you destroy space and time. That's why destroying a timeline is more impressive than destroying space, because the timeline records every, you know what I mean? Every event that's ever happened. And a lot of YouTubers aren't going to go too in depth in this because, you know, a lot of YouTubers utilize different levels of science. We're talking about science fiction that is applied to a versus battle formula orchestrated specifically for the use of fiction. We're not talking about actually really studying the real universe. Like I'm actually using a nanoscope or a microscope, a heavy level microscope to study actual atoms. We're not doing that on this stream. We're just looking at this stuff to scale fictional characters who go beyond the threshold of things scientists aren't even studying about. Scientists aren't studying about outer verses. They're not studying about complex multiverses. They're studying about what they know about now. Everything else is just made up bullcrap theory that they just surmised to just kind of get you thinking. I mean, do you honestly think they really went to Jupiter? Hell no. They don't. The robot probe, they say, oh, our robot probe finally reached Jupiter. No, it never did. Oh, but about that video it took of Jupiter, I'm like, yeah, no. We didn't have technology that good back in the day, and you honestly think how many seconds and minutes does it take for light to reach from there to there? Keep in mind, light and electronic waves can be disrupted from different electronic frequencies and different levels. So magnetism or magnetic pulls from our poles, other moons, other astral bodies, and other debris in space and other levels of radiation that frequently vibrate on the same level can really interrupt with communications. That's why whenever I run into it's like when I run into evolutionists who say that the theory of evolution is real and that the Bible is not, and they try to tell me, all right, well, and I tell them, all right, how accurate is radiocarbon dating? They don't really know. How accurate is radiocarbon dating? It's not accurate at all. But how accurate is fission and helium dating? What about the notes that Sidney P. Clementon came when he actually studied the sedimentary rocks of Mount St. Helens and found out the reason why is because radiocarbon dating can be affected in many different ratios. I mean, the ratios of radiocarbon dating can be affected in different manners. Cool. They don't go about it. Nobody wants to go into that topic. Nobody. So typically in the same case with Dragon Ball or any other story we're talking about, we can only go so far. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it starts to just become a lot of guessing. Scientists today still don't even know a lot about what they claim they know. That's why in the Wisdom of Solomon and the same Bible I had on this stream right here, the Wisdom of Solomon actually pokes fun of men for having all this technology yet they still couldn't find the true love of the Creator. Basically saying, oh, you know all of this stuff, but you still haven't found out that God objectively made everything as it is written in this book. They did find out. The goal is they're trying to hide it so that not everyone else thinks it. How do you know that? Well, I mean, Albert Einstein was Christian, or a believer of God at least. Isaac Newton was definitely a Christian for sure. Christian or Catholic.
He was a believer.
Yeah, Charles Darwin was also Christian. In fact, Charles Darwin didn't even believe we naturally came from monkeys. He actually thought the idea was they're very closely related to us, so it's a theory, but he never really confirmed it, if I recall. And in fact, if I recall, Darwin believed more so in adaptation. So, for example, a bird who's raised in, you know, the Pacific Northwest versus a bird raised in the South Equator Islands, same bird species. Their bodies are going to develop natural cells to compensate for the environment they're being around. That's it. Rather, that means to build more melanin, aka get darker to protect from UV rays naturally, or rather it means to build a specific coat to prevent light absorption is factors that depends on their environment. Because it passes down generation to generation as the DNA changes over time. We still, to this day, haven't even really seen DNA any much more closer than, you know what I mean? Well, evolution, that depends on where you're going from SR novas. You see, SR nova, there's a couple other studies too. There's actually a study where there was what we call circular reasoning. They were studying the fact that monkeys, specifically chimpanzees, had similar DNA structure to a human being. The reason they were studying this is because they were trying to come to a conclusion of how related are they to us. Turns out they actually would take evidence. They would actually take a lot of the similarities from the chimp, cut that, and place it next to the humans, so it looked like we were a lot more related than we actually are. But there were a lot of other cognitive functions neurologically that were made us vastly different. And they said, it's like a gentleman said before, it's like, well, God, think of God like a programmer. He's made everything. The creatures are made from the dust of the ground too, just as humans. So it's only natural for certain compounds and minerals to be made up of the same composition, right? Right? So a programmer, when he knows he wants to program something different, he'll not reinvent the wheel if he doesn't need to. He'll take something from this and place it here. That's why you'll see similarities in rats and monkeys and many other things in animals. That doesn't mean we're actually necessarily the same or we came from them. It just means we came from the same ground, the dust thereof. But it depends solely on what you want to believe in. I mean, at the end of the day, if you believe in that, you believe in that. I'm not here to discuss that on this particular stream. But I'm just here to kind of provide the provide the information that most of the stuff we discuss is generally, you're not going to run into a lot of it because a lot of people aren't willing to have that conversation. A lot of people are just trying to be right all the time. They're not willing to have their own beliefs challenged. And not talking religious belief, we're talking about anime-based beliefs, which is surprising. So, like, I mean, if people getting this defensive over Dragon Ball, imagine, think about the versus battle as this. Like, Roz, you could back me up on this. You too, Andre. Like, if people are getting this offended over anime characters not being a certain level, imagine, do you kind of get why religion has caused so much war? It's not the religion, it's the people. Goku don't care about fighting Naruto. Goku doesn't cause Naruto and people to argue about it, right? It's the people behind it who just can't get over the fact that, all right, just respect what he believes and you respect what you would do. Do what you do.
Now, nope, we have to make it difficult.
Yeah. And I get it. Religion has its own objectivities and origins that came from different cultures, and there's a lot more going into it. I'm not going to get into that. But at the same time, Naruto's way stronger. Goku, I don't care. Like, Kurama is beyond the concept of a time and space. Like,
said no one ever.
Yeah. Well, I don't say no one ever never said that, Roz. You know there's some baboons who said stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not counting them.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, also read my previous comment. I'm really interested in the higher temporal dimensions. Higher temporal dimensions is basically nothing more but just captivating the actual duration of a multiverse. So think of it this way. The afterlife doesn't have time, right? So if the afterlife doesn't have time, as we read in Goku's statement in chapter 476, then you have to ask it. And keep in mind, the Supreme Kai even said Goku can't go back to the lower temporal world. Cool. Temporal is only applied to things that are finite in this case. We actually looked up the definition. If we look right here, we did the same thing. In correlation measured or limited by time, but also pertaining to this world, this life, as temporal affairs. It is opposed to the spiritual. Let not temporal affairs or employments divert the mind from spiritual concerns, which are far more important. That's why in some pastors and sermons, they'll tell you, all of that is cardinal in the flesh. You have to walk in the spirit. Christ tells you to walk in the spirit, not in the flesh. AKA telling you to walk beyond the temporal. That's why, Bros, how many times have in sermons we've heard in church, they say, don't be connected to this world or this temporal world, this temporary objects and material. Like how beauty is vain, right? And it washes with age, right?
Yep. Pretty much. We hear it a lot.
Yeah. So, like, that's not just a biblical religious thing. That's something they're implying in Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball has its own religion. Yama Buddhism, Shintoism. In the same context, when Goku says, in this world where time exists, unlike in this world where time exists, in the afterlife, I was able to do it more consistently. All right, cool. Then we go to the afterlife. All right. Now we're in the afterlife. Jesus wants to come out of verse. I mean, all right, for once, I will actually agree with that low key. When you get your heavenly bodies, low key, That's probably why Roz isn't about to rip your neck off right now.
Yeah, I'll let it pass.
Yeah. But outside
This one.
but outside of that, like the whole idea is like that's why temporality. So that means the afterlife doesn't have time in it. Now, here's the thing. It's like, oh, yeah, it has no time, but why did it take them like 10 minutes to do this or that? Why did the Grand Prix said the Tournament of Power is going to start in 48 Earth hours? Huh? I thought you weren't under time. They're not under the time of the time room, because let me show you something. They're not under the confines of the time room. Remember, the time room, as Popo said to Goku, literally everything is created here. Time. You know, all of time is created in the room of time. Cool, for the entire universe, etc. So if the universe is under this level of space-time, but the temporality in the afterlife isn't not, that just means the afterlife doesn't follow the same time as the living world. Basically, the flow is different. Room of spirit and time is outside of that, so it also flows differently. So it abides by a different flow. So like, think of it this way. I have a clock here that's going this slow. And I have a clock here that's going this slow. Everything is perspective based. So I tell you in a room, I put you in a room, SR Nova. SR Nova, you're in one room. Every minute equals an hour, right? So in that room, you're experiencing time is going fast. Now I put Roz in a room. Roz is in a room. Every hour equals a minute. It's crazy, right? Now,
Yep.
You guys are not in those rooms yet. I'm about to put you in the rooms, right? So we got the room where every minute is an hour and every hour is a minute. We got two separate rooms here. Boom, boom, boom. Now imagine this. We are here in the current world. Every minute that passes is normal for us. We experience it. Now imagine we're going to have an event. I say, all right, guys, everyone in the chat, we're going to have a big giant festival at one of the conventions. Let's go to MomoCon. MomoCon's due in 24 hours. We're going to be leaving the MomoCon. So I'll see you guys there. Cool. Everyone who's outside, like, all right, 24 hours. Now let's say I say this to you. Now Ross goes in his room. All right, every hour is a minute. Every minute is an hour. Every hour is a minute. Time is super slow for him. Every minute is an hour for SR Nova. SR Nova sits in there for 20. SR Nova's sitting there for 24 minutes. Like, then he looks around. He's like, I guess I'll watch an anime. SR Nova watches one anime episode, 23 minutes. Guess it's time to leave. Jumps right out. All right, you guys ready? And I'm like, yeah, we're ready. Because in our perspective, time was going for 24 hours for us. It was normal. But for him, he was just like, oh, I'm already done. Roz is like, oh my God, this is taking forever. Because every minute equals an hour. So he's in there for like 3 weeks. He's experiencing 3 weeks. So he comes out with a beard, his beard all grown out and everything. And then he's like, all right, guys, I'm ready. And we're like, damn, bro, you only been in there for like 24 hours. How'd you get all that much facial hair? Little did we know, it was more than 24 hours for him. So for Dragon Ball case, the other world doesn't abide by that time. The Room of Spirit and Time has its own flow. The regular living world has its own flow. But it just so happens to be that every 12 universe runs on the same clock, which is possible. Roz, 1 minute for Roz is 1 minute, but he's in a different time zone. SR Nova's in a different time zone. Right? Me and Retro are in the same time zone. But you get what I'm saying? Just because you're in a different time zone doesn't mean time's going to flow differently. So think of the different 12 universes as different time zones. That's why it took them 48 hours to come to the World of Void to meet up. And at the same time, for the Grand Priest is giving that as a reference point. Because if Goku and Vegeta went in the Room of Spirit and Time, the rules still apply to them. He's just only talking about the time for the main multiverse that everyone is very commonly sharing. Why do they share the same time? Maybe it's a convenience for them. Maybe that's how time flows and they want it to flow in a more consistent and easier manner. They're in different time zones, but hey, still flows the same. So this time is under the authority of the time ring. So the time ring is like, okay. So let's see here. We got the time ring. The time ring here. The time ring is like, okay, I'm going to govern all time for the multiverses. Beyond, and then I'll stop at the afterlife. So 10 minutes in universe 10 is 10 minutes in universe 7's afterlife. It's the same thing. It's 10 minutes is 10 minutes in that perspective. But then you have the timeline for the lower worlds, the temporal world. Those timelines happen to run under the same flow as the afterlife. That's why when Goku is talking to Bulma on King Kai's back, he's talking to her real time. Because they flow in the same, they're not in the same time space, but the flow of time they experience is the same. The afterlife is of a higher temporality, the living world is a lower temporality, but they flow in the same time and space. It's like I'm a 4D, it's like if Roz was a 4D being chilling with me in my room and I was a 3D being chilling right here, he's still here, but he's in a different space, right? But we still watching the same anime together if he adjusts his eyes to see 3D objects. That's kind of what it is. It's a little convoluted and complicated to explain, but ultimately it all works when you really just put it in perspective. So ultimately, that's how higher temporalities work. It's the timeline for multiverses. Anyway. Yeah, time dilation, pretty much. But I just wanted to give a more in-depth scaling of it to kind of really paint in perspective. Anyway, guys, this has been Atari H&B. It looks like it's getting almost to around 6 o'clock, and I'm looking to get me a nice bacon and egg breakfast. And I'm going to probably be chilling afterwards. It's going to be beef bacon because I can't have porcine because, I'm allergic, but it's okay. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been Atari H&B, and I'm signing off. Thank you guys for stopping by. If you want to chill out in the Discord, let me know, or later on. But peace.
Peace out, y'all.
Peace.
He's out reversal. Oh my god. Goku's out reversal. Oh, he's the strongest character in the series. Oh my god. Like, look at him. He's best. That's really how it be, though. That's really how it go down.